There we go. Hi guys. We're just gonna ignore that I pressed the wrong button. Hi chat. How are you doing today? Hi. Hi. Good afternoon and good evening everyone. And maybe good morning for some of you. Yeah? Hi. Am I back home? Yes, I've been back home all week. How are you guys doing today? I lost my wallet. I've been there before. I'm so sorry. Don't worry. You'll get what you need back in time. I'm doing great now. I'm glad. Your bread pudding sounds good. Still waking up? Man, what time is it? Hey, Cap, thank you. You guys are very sweet. Wedding in horror style. What is that? Starting work in a bit? Oh, wow. Not quite late for a lot of you. It's very specific. I ate some ZD and now playing Stardew Valley with Moss. I don't know what half of that means. Aw, Cap, that's sweet. I'm excited to see it. Your OG models are looking extra cute. Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that. How does the background sound? Is it too loud? Perfect. So Mark, welcome back for almost a year. Thank you so much. You guys excited for today? I really like this. I need you guys to know that at some point the dogs may or may not bark. There's nothing you can do about that part, so just be aware. Your little cozy brains might get a little bit of a scare. 4-hour drive to a hellhole. What is that? Does this count as ASMR though? Because I feel like I'm just talking quietly into the same mic that I use every day. Does it count? Mako, welcome back for almost a year. Thank you. And Iron War, you too. Welcome back for 8 months. Brownie, thank you. I appreciate it. Your voice is gonna lull me to sleepsies. I've got a pretty boring 12-hour shift ahead of me, so this is gonna be a great way to start it. I'm glad. ASMR is the response, right? So I guess anything that triggers it counts. Well, is my voice triggering a response for you guys? I'm glad. I'm getting the overall an agreement of some sense of calm. I'm glad to hear it. I told you guys I would do ASMR. I'll try today. I promise. The weekend. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, everyone. I thought we could just catch up and talk a little bit before we get to reading. I don't want to clear my throat today, so I'll mute when I do it. Hi, Nemu. Literally moments before the stream started, Nemu sent me a really disturbing GIF, and I had to say I'm not a fan. She sent me a GIF of like, what is it, like long sausages into fat men's bellies, like friends. Instead of shaking each other's hands, they were shaking the sausage that was inside their belly buttons. I can't describe it. Anyway, go to welcome on in. Welcome to the community. Nice to meet you. Slim Jim belly button. Yes, that's what it is. Welcome to my stream. Yes, I was gearing up and she sent me this gift with no words. No words. She just sent it. I was disgusted. This on top of Blair asking me to play Fortnite, and I kindly said no. Ain't that bad? No, I'm good. I don't like it. I don't think I'll ever play Fortnite. Saying no to a friend hangouts. Yes. I think I've come to a mental place in my life where I don't want to force myself to use my time or play something that doesn't make me happy for the sake of being around a friend sometimes, because I think there needs to be a happy medium. If you don't like something but you want to spend time with your friend, maybe you find a game you both like, or maybe you watch a movie or a show. I don't want to play Fortnite. Boundaries are important. Noters. I found a lot of good stories today, but I am trying my best to avoid our no sleep. I don't want any copyright issues. What games do you want to play with friends? That's a very open-ended question. I'm pretty open-minded about most games, really, but the reality is I don't have a lot of time. Are you from the UK? No, I live in New Zealand. I think the only game I would mildly check out due to curiosity would be Roblox, and that would probably be once and once only. It would probably only be with Chibidoki and Nags, but after that once and one time experience was experienced, I don't think I'd ever go back. They're mostly cross-posted from our no sleep. Great, okay, well, we'll figure that out when we get there then. How is Camilla doing? How's she doing with her stream? Are you guys supporting her and enjoying it? Is this ASMR? It's so relaxing. Lucas, welcome on in. Her voice is starting to break. Camilla's? Oh, poor baby. Oh, poor thing. I honestly applaud anyone who's able to not only stream for long hours, but do a subathon. I feel like I'd break by the second day. Hello, Shrimp. Welcome on in. Are you guys getting cozy? Can you guys hear the fire crackling? Good. I'm glad. You're on the couch. That sounds nice. It's very bright here right now. It's very hot. I wish it was snowing. You guys have summer, right? Oh no, New Zealand, we have winter full year. We never experience summer. Actually, it's quite interesting. We're the only country in the entire planet that actually doesn't have summer. It's interesting. Did you know that? We also aren't located on any maps, so you can't find us. You guys know what the phrase taking the piss is? Yes. Did you guys have a good weekend? Do you want to tell me about it? That's good. It sounds like you guys had a good weekend. Except for the car crash part, that doesn't sound so great. I'm making pickled radishes. Do any of you guys like pickled eggs? I love pickled eggs, but I have only had pickled eggs once in my life when I was very, very young. Did you know that a pickle is a pickle yet until it's pickled? I want to know the name of the fella you've got loving as an eye on your neck. Do you mean living? Why does he have to have a name? Maybe this is just an eye plucked out from some poor sap Considering the world's population is 8 billion with a 2% margin of error, New Zealand statistically may or may not exist. This is true. If you're patient enough, you'll get your lore. Dante Lamau, welcome back. I am born. Welcome back. I'm today in home and I'll go on party this night. I love party. New copy pasta. Is. Welcome on in. Zomboy, hi. Welcome back. Let's goop. I didn't miss the reading stream, did I? No, we just started, really. You guys can goop if you want. I'm not gonna stop you. Hey, Jacksaw. Miralith. Hi. Mognos. Welcome back. Thank you for coming back. Howdy, Layna. Wait, you're actually going through with the ASMR stuff. What convinced you? Of course, I told you that I would do it. And I didn't need convincing. It was a sub goal, and I said that I would. Is that enough of an answer for you? It's true. I'm a little bit shy when it comes to this, as this isn't something I do often, if at all, or am very good at. So of course I needed a little convincing. Is that so bad? I don't think there's any shame in that. Could you imagine doing more ASMR streams in the future? I don't know, isn't that really a question for you? All of you. Hey Layna, I think your mic is far away. It sounds like you're whispering. Who wants to tell him? Who wants to tell him? You guys starting to see why I probably don't really do ASMR? It's taking every fiber of my being not to absolutely rip them an entirely new asshole. An entirely new asshole for not being able to fucking read. I have to be calm. I have to be quiet. We love the comfy voice. Maybe we'll have more videos like positive affirmations. Oh no, sweetheart, that's never happening again. No, no. I think I would rather do negative affirmations if I ever did them again than positive. I don't know if you guys deserve anything more positive like before. You disgust me. Degradation makes me open my chest. Why don't we talk about the setup? Am I too close? Do you like how it feels? Does it feel like we're close? Does it feel like we're relaxing together? Did I do a good job? Is this everything that you wanted? Oh, here's another one. I'm back from kitchen. And this is an unusual party. This is VIP party. My friends invite me on this party and I'll try my best. I'll try find my best the costume. What do you think, dolls? You're regular? Is this something you're okay with? I tried my best to make this experience as pleasant, as soothing and calming and enjoyable as I could make it for you. You guys wanted this so badly. And hell, you paid for it. So I tried. Feels like you're laying right next to me in bed. Do you guys ever look at what you've written before you press send? You poop? Maybe this is just gonna be an hour of me absolutely dragging you, making fun of you for even just being alive. Did you think that this would be nice? What makes you enjoy a soft, gentle tone so much, chat? Anonymous, welcome back. It's It's nice to see you. This ASMR is perfect for my workout right now. What do you mean? I can't imagine anyone sane listening to ASMR as they exercise. It's pretty common. Why? I can understand listening to ASMR while you do homework or maybe cooking. While you're trying to rest or relax. Maybe you had a long day. But exercise, I don't know. First ASMR, what do you think? I do have a 3DO, but you guys are gonna have to work harder for that one. I don't think I'm doing much, I'm just having a conversation with you. Hajime, welcome back. 4 months. It's nice to see you again. Just chatting, if you will, exactly. I mean, we can stop talking and get straight to the reading, I don't mind. Dolls with a quick response. It's nice and slow, but it does feel like we're having a bit more of a conversation, doesn't it? How was my day? Short. I woke up very late this morning and I'm glad because I needed it. I've already streamed 6 days in a row this week. Did you guys know that? I've worked very hard this week to ensure to make you happy. Have I done that? I think almost every stream this week has been at minimum 5 hours. Anywhere from 5 to 8. What are you guys thinking of the new start time? Is it too early for you? Or is it just right? I'd been meaning to ask how you guys felt about this week. Welcome on in, Quest. I see you. Thank you, D-Man. I appreciate that. Zylicious. I hope I said that right. I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm really happy to hear that I can help you be calm even just for a little bit. I think the stream time is nice because I get to wake up and get straight to work. If I do a later time, it's in the middle of my day. It makes it a little bit stressful. It seems like all of you guys are a bit of a night owl, aren't you? Edie makes a good point. What if me streaming early just means it helps you get up earlier? Are you just being lazy? Welcome in, Major. Thank you. I'm not even going to read that out loud. Oh, goodness. I'm excited to hang out with Sinder today. Are you? Cinder has a beautiful reading voice. She's very good at ASMR. I could probably learn a few things from her, I think. I'm really excited for this week, personally. I liked this week a lot, but it was a little bit much for me. So this week, we'll be spending a lot of time together. Are you excited? I did my very best to pick out a good amount of games that you might like to watch with me. How are you feeling after this week? Between you and me, I'm exhausted. But spending time together makes it worth it. What are you guys most excited for next week? We got Slay the Princess on the docket. World of Horror. A brand new horror game. I'm fascinated by this odd mix of positive statements and negative statements. I like to mix it up a little bit, keep you on your toes. Always begging, but then feeling the consequences. Why does your voice sound different? Chat, do you think my voice sounds different? I think the reality is when I stream, when all of us stream, we've got a streamer persona, you know? It's louder. It's more obnoxious. It's quicker. It's more energetic. You're like, with ASMR, I guess I don't really have to do that. I can take a moment. I can breathe. I can talk quieter. Take my time. I think it feels better sometimes. Don't you think? I think I'm starting to understand why people like ASMR. Is this what you wanted? Psychotic, welcome back at a tier 2 for 63 months. That's a long time. Thank you, Clex. And Cecily, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. Not asking to insist that you do, just curious if you plan on moving to the ASMR category for this portion. We can, but I'm very new to ASMR. Would that be better? Is that what you want me to do? In Psychotic, it means a lot that you come back after so many years. My Nightbot says that Nightbot is banned in Brett's channel. Now, what could Nightbot have done so wrong to be banned in Brett's channel? Dear Nightbot, what did you do? I don't know. He said some mean stuff. Like really mean. Oh, Clux, this is not the right time. I wish you well. Are you eating glow sticks? Your eyes are like a neon billboard. Now, what made you want to write something as idiotic as that? Do you really think I woke up this morning and shoved glow sticks down my throat? Kids these days. I do. Oof. You must not have finished school. 'Cause that's not how that works. Hmm? You guys didn't think that would be the tone for today, did you? Well, welcome. You get a little degrading today. When warranted. I think what you're looking for is bloom. Bloom makes everything glow. How's your day been so far? Very good. It's been short. I slept in very late this morning. Exile the King, welcome back for 18 months. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. I do like blue. It's Monday for me today. How many people in the chat are experiencing today as Monday and not Sunday? Are you all ready to go back to work tomorrow? You guys work so hard. You are at work. I must be ashamed to work on a weekend. Tomorrow is looking quite nice. I think you'll enjoy it. Ooh, 3-week vacation sounds quite lovely. I really don't want to go back tomorrow. Well, why don't we make the most of it today then? Today will be a good day. I promise. I don't think I've ever talked so slow when streaming. How does it make you feel? Hmm? Forge, thank you so much for being so kind. I don't know, admittedly, it feels a little bit nice to be condescending to the stupid ones. I feel like I can get away with it when I talk like this. Because a lot of you will enjoy it, except for that one individual. You can't get mad at me if it sounds nice, right? Learning to enjoy degrading sweetheart, I've always loved it. Sometimes people can't take it, so I don't do it. But in this situation, kind of fits. I can't help myself. Welcome to work, Evie. I hope you have a good day today. Kiwi. Nocturne, that's your... That's it? Oh, it's an emote. When you open up the OBS chat box, you don't see any of the emotes. You just see people writing words. So out of nowhere, I thought Nocturne just typed Kiwi. There's a setting. Oh, Pip, I didn't know that. You're gonna have to teach me. Please, I would love to see the emotes in OBS. Let me see settings. I love your glowing green eyes. Thank you. Stream tab in OBS. I don't see it. Interesting. Maybe another time. Oh, I need to add it in the settings. I see. I'll do that next time then. Thank you. You'll have to remind me. Willow, welcome on in. Ooh, the snails in my ears are screaming. Ugh, every time that happens, it feels like I'm just getting older or dying. Hi, Fox Girl. Hang on, I'm looking around. I'll check. Excuse me. And he's not here. Girlfriend experience. Oh, I don't know about that. Do you guys feel like you're getting the girlfriend experience? I don't know if I'm giving off those sorts of vibes today. I don't think so. You definitely seem more demon than girlfriend. I don't know what this would be classified as. I feel like I'm just trying to have a quiet conversation with you. I think I'm doing it right. I just want you to be comfortable. Welcome to the Discord, Gonzo. Happy to have you. That is so specific. I feel like you might be projecting a bit with that one. Reagan comes in, raises his hand, opens his mouth, and says, more like young stepmother vibes. Okay. I don't know about that one. No. Bro really just outed himself. You remember those late night one-on-one phone calls with a friend? Feels like that. That sounds perfect. That's exactly what I would want it to be. I wanted you to feel comfortable. Calm and relaxed. It's almost as if we're on a phone call together, and sometimes when a misbehaving chatter comes in or someone says something fucking stupid, I have to say, will you hold on a moment? My child won't shut the fuck up. So Media Critical, welcome back for 9 months. Appreciate it. And I pour. Thank you. It's okay. Half the time I ignore them, but sometimes it's funny to call them out. Sometimes I like to make everyone a little uncomfortable. Just to remind everyone who's boss, I guess. Only sometimes. You know what's absolutely incredible? Is that we've been doing this for an hour now. I haven't even read one story. No, you're not stupid. One eye might actually be glowing than the other. It usually depends on where I'm rotated in the environment and what sort of light might be shining on my face at the time. Do we get to meet with Sinder in 40 minutes? It's been 1 whole hour already. No, I mean, there's a certain time that we start together. I think this is the misunderstanding that you guys keep happening. The collab is a certain time, but we generally start an hour before to talk with you for an hour. Is it going to be a regular date or a smart date? Neither. This is not a date. What's the story behind your necklace eye? Whose eye is it? Quite frankly, this eye is never the same eye every time that you see me. Every time you see me, it's a new eye being replaced each and every morning that I wake up. I wake up, I stretch, I put on my pants, I go downstairs to the basement and I scoop a new one out from whatever's left over from the previous evening. And I place it back in. As long as you're not in my basement, I suppose that you're safe. You ask too many questions. Is it time for a story? I don't care for XQC, so I don't quite know what you're talking about. I don't think I'd classify anything Meat Canyon does as horror, but I do respect it. Alright, let's do one story. It's like gothic cringe. You know what else is gothic cringe? Getting banned in my chat. Mods, do you mind? Let me watch his execution, please. Wait, really? Why don't you beg? Beg first. What do you have to say for yourself? No, bring him back. Yuzu, thank you for the raid. We're about to witness an execution. I hope you had a wonderful stream. You're catching me on my first ASMR stream. I hope you don't mind. How was your stream today? Miss you, dude, and I hope that you're doing well. Alright? What do you have to say for yourself? Drublin. Beg. Oh, you're so good at cosplays. I'll check it out. Massive shout out to Yuzu Pion. She is absolutely gorgeous and very, very skilled at cosplay. She's also a VTuber. I love how Jorblin says, confused. I'm sorry if I caused offense. But then also says, it's like gothic cringe. Are you talking about me, Canyon? Holy shit, I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying so hard not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh. Alright, you may stay. Almost beheaded. For now. Wait, no, Jorblin, you come back. Can someone gift him a sub? That does happen from time to time. I gotta get my shit together, I'm sorry. But yes, Yuzu's fucking rad. She's very good at what she does. I have to say that sometimes when your stuff gets mixed in the bunch, it's hard to tell who's saying what about what. No, you're the best. There, I give you a band-aid, Jorblin. Sometimes I do make mistakes. I hope you don't mind. So quickly forgiven. You like to see it. Yeah, we're about to read some stories. And we're going to get together with Sinder and read some more. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I imagine you're going to bed now. Thank you, Yuzu. Okay, the first story that we're going to read today is about aliens. I love aliens. Do you? If I write a story, will you read it? Nope. It depends. I can't promise you anything. I may or may not. Of course I believe in aliens, don't you? Is Yuzu still alive? Oh no. I hope she checks that. Alright. Yuzu, you didn't end your stream, did you? You're welcome. Oh god. Alright, this one is called Alien Abductions Are Real, and they're worse than you think. Are you ready? Are you cozy? Are you listening? Focus, focus. Most of you reading this account wouldn't believe my story. Hell, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't lived through the horror. To the best of my knowledge, only 2 people have ever survived this hell and made it back to Earth in one piece, and sadly, the other is no longer living. As for myself, I was warned by the government suits of the serious consequences which would follow if I ever went public with my incredible and chilling story. But I've decided to do so anyway, because I believe people need to know what's really out there. And I fear the truth will become apparent soon enough, as an intergalactic war is coming to our doorstep. As with most of their abduction victims, I'm nobody special or important. In fact, I was at the lowest rung of society, a down and out who'd fallen on hard times as I lost my job, my home, and fell victim to an alcohol addiction, sleeping rough and filling my belly with cheap vodka to keep myself warm at night. My confession to having an alcohol problem will surely bring my account into question, but I can assure you that I was quite sober when the events I described took place. On the night in question, I'd taken refuge in an abandoned bus shelter set along a lonely back road, falling asleep under the stars after I'd emptied my bottle. I don't know at what time I was awoken, but I do vividly remember my senses were simultaneously overloaded. My ears ringing with a deafening buzzing sound and my eyes temporarily blinded by an intense white light. Suddenly, and inexplicably, I felt my body rising off the bench, my form being pulled upwards into the sky. My last memory was of the dark, cigar-shaped aircraft in the sky above me, and to my horror I realized I was being pulled towards it. But then I felt myself falling out of consciousness, my eyes closing as my whole world went black. I awoke an undeterminable length of time later in a very alien place. Quite literally. The first thing I noticed was the pain I felt throughout my body, a dull throbbing as my bones and joints all ached simultaneously. I soon discovered that I was completely naked and my clothes gone as I lay against cold metal, my skin freezing and body shaking. It caused me physical pain to open my eyes, but when I did, there was little I could see. Because the steel-plated room was dark, only dimly lit by a faint red light. It was at this point that I panicked, quickly standing up on my trembling legs as I darted towards the wall. But I didn't get far, as suddenly I experienced a shooting pain pulsating through my body. Feeling like I'd just been hit by a bolt of lightning, I screamed in agony, falling down to the cold, hard floor as I reached for my throat and was horrified to find a metal collar secured around my neck. In an act of panicked desperation, I tore at the collar, trying to remove it, but instead being hit with another surge of electricity that tore through me. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," called out a male voice from the darkness, his tone surprisingly calm given the circumstances. "The shock collar is programmed to go off if you make any sudden movements, or if you try to remove it. The voltage will steadily increase until you either lose consciousness or your heart stops." "Oh, Yuzu, you're very normal." I experienced a flood of emotions upon hearing his words. Confusion, anger, and fear, but I listened to the stranger's advice, not wishing to go through that pain again. Slowly I opened my dry lips and stuttered out my words. "Who are you? And what the hell is this place?" "My name is Gideon, and I am like you, a prisoner here." "Is there anyone else there?" I asked cautiously. "Yes," came the first response, and this time from a scared female voice. "I'm Tanya. I don't know why I'm here." There was a pause before the next voice called out from the darkness, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Max. I'm Max. I don't know why this is happening. I want to go home." "I'm sure we all do," answered Gideon. "But alas, that is not going to happen." I shook my head, imagining this must be some kind of vivid nightmare, but in my heart I knew it was real. "You haven't answered my question," I added, as my fear began to turn to anger. "Where the fuck are we, and who's done this to us?" "Well, technically that's 2 questions, but I'm happy to help. Although I suspect you may not like the answers, it's difficult to explain in words, so perhaps it's easier if I show you." I heard footsteps and saw the shape of a man slowly walking across the middle floor and towards the adjacent wall. He tapped on a hidden control panel with his bony fingers and entered a code. And suddenly, a mechanism began and a shutter slowly opened, unveiling a scene which brought terror to my heart. Because when the shutter was finally open, we all saw a transparent porthole-like window looking outwards, showing a dark sky adorned with distant stars and a blue and green globe that we all recognized very well. I slowly pulled myself up, ignoring the throbbing pains in my naked body as I walked barefoot across the window and observed the scene in disbelief, scanning the outlines of the familiar green continents, this mighty blue oceans, and the shifting storm fronts which swept across the globe. To my horror, I realized I was looking down at Earth, which could only mean one thing. I was no longer on my home planet. The reflected light of the Earth's surface now illuminated the room we were inside. A bare metal cell with few visible amenities other than a stinking hole in the ground, which I guessed was meant to be a toilet, and hard concrete slabs in place of beds. I also saw my fellow prisoners clearly for the first time. Tanya and Max appeared as I did, naked, humiliated, and beaten, their eyes full of terror as they saw what I did. Clearly, they were both in a state of shock. I tried to maintain their dignity by focusing on their faces rather than their nude forms. Tanya was a young woman, slim, dark-haired, and attractive, although I recognized the telltale signs of addiction on her, such as pasty skin, bloodshot eyes, and track marks on her arms. Max was an older man, his physique flabby and skin wrinkled. I saw a raw terror in his wide eyes, which made me think he was on the verge of a psychological breakdown. Gideon was different, however. I noticed he wore a shock collar like we all did, but he was also fully clothed, wearing a white robe which covered his dignity. True, he didn't look in the best of health, his body emaciated and eyes sullen, as if they had seen too many horrors. It was also clear that he knew more about our situation than the rest of us. I wasn't the only one to come to this conclusion as soon as all turned on the mysterious Gideon. How the hell did you know about that shutter? I demanded. Gideon held his hands up defensively as he answered, I can explain everything, just give me a chance. Bullshit, Max screamed angrily. You're playing with us, man. Yeah, Tanya agreed. How do we know that you're not the one who did this to us? Why the hell should we trust you? In an instant, all three of us were advancing upon Gideon, our fists clenched as we prepared to beat the living shit out of him. Gideon's eyes widened as he lifted his hands up higher, slowly backing off as he said, You shouldn't do that. Fuck you, I screamed as I lurched forward. But a second later, I was on the floor, my body convulsing as the shock collar delivered another agonizing jolt. I looked over to see my two nude companions similarly incapacitated, the two of them rolling on the metal surface in agony. When our punishment was over, we all glared upwards, seeing Gideon looking down upon us with a barely concealed look of smug satisfaction on his lips. I did warn you, he said. Slowly and painfully, I got up on my feet, and my fellow prisoners did likewise as we looked to Gideon for answers. My friends, he began, as I've already explained, I am a prisoner here, just like the three of you. It just so happens that our captors have allowed me certain privileges and access to limited information. Why? I cannot say. Although I suspect it's part of their plan for me to explain the situation to the new arrivals. My mind was racing, the sweat pouring from my skin. None of this made any sense. I don't understand, asked Tanya, breaking the tense and confused silence. Who's done this to us? Who the fuck is holding us, and where the hell are we? Gideon nodded before replying. Where we are should be obvious. Although I understand that it's a lot to take in. Nevertheless, we are clearly in space above our home planet. As to who's holding us, well, that's more difficult to explain. Our captors are not of this world. I assume they come from another star system in our galaxy, although from where exactly I cannot say. They've shared little with me about their culture or civilization. I only know that their technology is vastly superior to our own. So what are you saying? We've been abducted by fucking aliens? I exclaimed in shocked disbelief. That is exactly what I am saying, Gideon confirmed grimly. Alien abduction? Tanya interjected excitedly. What do you mean, like anal probing and all that shit? Max emitted a nervous laughter, but Gideon didn't share in the joke, his face remaining like stone. "I'm afraid it's far worse than that," he said solemnly. "They have no interest in human anatomy except for the purposes of inflicting physical pain upon us." A cold chill ran up my spine as I asked, "What the hell do you mean?" Gideon didn't answer straight away, instead pointing and directing our attention back towards the porthole. I turned my head to look, instantly sickened by the horror that I witnessed. As first one and then a second human body slowly floated through space and past the window, their naked bodies frozen in the cold vacuum. The first was a man, the second a woman, and both their corpses showed obvious signs of torture, with deep incisions made into their flesh, burn marks on their skin, and digits sliced off their hands. Their bulging, bloodshot eyes were still open and filled with the pain and terror of their final moments. We all watched in shocked awe as the bodies disappeared from sight, lost forever in the cruel emptiness of space. "Sweet Jesus," I muttered, my whole body shaking with revulsion as I slowly backed away from the porthole. "The last batch," Gideon explained solemnly. "Our captors are finished with them." I struggled to force the words out of my throat. They murdered them, tortured them first, and then dumped their bodies into space? Why did they do this? "Well, that's the $1,000 question, isn't it?" Gideon answered cryptically. "I don't have the answers, but I've been on this ship for a while. I've observed what occurs, and I've had some limited communication with our captors, receiving as much information as a master would provide to his slave. From this, I have reached some conclusions. All living organisms are a product of their environment, and the traits they evolve allow them to survive said environment. The trouble with evolution is that it's hard to shake. We humans consider ourselves as an advanced and civilized species, and we are still prone to primal animalistic urges. Now, imagine a species which evolved on a planet much more dangerous than our own. An environment populated by many highly aggressive organisms, where the evolutionary victor would need to be smarter, stronger, and more ruthless than its competitors to end up on top. Move forward a few millennia, and that species is now technologically advanced and capable of intergalactic space travel. It meets other similarly developed civilizations, and inevitably there is conflict. Terrible wars fought across star systems, resulting in countless death. Gideon paused briefly as he looked out the porthole and towards our far distant planet. It would be safe to say that we were all hanging on his every word, although the implications of what he was telling us were both extraordinary and terrifying. Eventually, these wars end in a stalemate as multiple civilizations fought each other to a bloody standstill. A new order emerges, a sort of galactic unformed to keep the peace. The war is over, however. Our captors still have those same predatory instincts, left over from their violent evolution. So, what do they do with these murderous urges? Well, they come to a place like Earth, an uncontacted backwater planet on the edge of the galaxy beyond the laws of galactic confederation. Here they can kidnap with impunity, taking those who will not be missed and inflicting sadistic tortures upon them before brutally ending their lives. By such underhand methods, our captors can indulge their dark impulses without risking war with their galactic rivals. I shook my head in dismay, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of this madness. In the end, it was Tanya who vocalized what we all must have been thinking. So you're saying these psychos are like the space versions of Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer? Like they travel light years just to torture and murder people? Gideon frowned before replying. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but in a nutshell, yes, that is the situation. I couldn't believe it. My exhausted brain told me this couldn't be true, and even if it was, there must be a way out. What do we do? I asked frantically. How do we get out of this hellhole? Gideon sighed loudly before replying. You don't, I'm afraid. There is no escape from this ship, and there is no way you can avoid your fate. All of you will die here. Sadly, inevitable. Bullshit. I cried in angry defiance. That can't be true. You've survived. Why haven't they killed you? Our captors keep me alive because I serve their purposes. For now, at least. I suspect they will kill me once I outlive my usefulness. Or perhaps they're just saving me for last. In any case, I have accepted that I will never leave this ship alive. Suddenly, all of our attentions were drawn to the corner of the cell where Max had curled himself up in fetal position, maniacally nodding his head back and forth as he muttered in a state of disconnect panic. No. This can't be happening. This can't be real. I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve this. I shouldn't be here. A moment later, and the far wall lit up as suddenly as a previously hidden doorway appeared and slid open. They're coming to claim their first victim, Gideon warned, a fear now evident in his voice. We all backed away from the doorway, trying to prepare ourselves for whatever monstrosity emerged from the other side, but Max had lost his mind, standing up and attempting to run for the door, screaming, "Let me out! I need out!" He moved quickly before any of us had time to react. What happened next was a violent blur in my memory. As a long implement extended out of his darkness and struck Max hard on his head, knocking him backwards and down to the metal floor. The creature which emerged from the shadows and entered our cell was like something from a nightmare. My descriptive skills are not good enough to do the alien being justice, but the best way I can describe the beast's appearance is a cross between a human and a velociraptor. The alien was about 7 foot tall and its body covered with red scales, although it also wore a Kevlar-like body armor over its torso. Its snout-like mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and its dark eyes were those of a reptile. Cold, calculating, and predatory. Its arms were relatively short and stumpy compared to the rest of its body, but I noted that the beast had opposable thumbs and digits, meaning it was able to hold and direct the pike-like weapon in its claws, the same metal rod it had used to strike poor Max with. Its legs, on the other hand, looked powerful. I saw its middle toes were adorned with a sharp, curved claws about 6 inches long. It tapped those claws menacingly on the metal floor as it surveyed us, its naked and helpless human victims. At this point, Max unfortunately regained consciousness, glancing up at the beast above him and screaming out in absolute terror. I swore I could see a cruel smirk on what passed for the alien's lips, its eyes widening with a sadistic pleasure as it lifted its weapon. A second later, and Max's limp body was roughly dragged across the floor, his shock collar acting as a magnet which attached itself to the end of the alien's metal pike. allowing it to easily pull the kicking and screaming Max out of the cell and into the dark corridor beyond. A moment later, the door slammed shut, leaving a trail of Max's blood and urine on the floor and the rest of us trapped inside, dealing with the shock of what we just witnessed. My God, what will they do to him? Tanya asked with a trembling voice. Trust me, you don't want to know, Gideon answered. I sat down in a corner, my head in my hands as I desperately tried to think. Surely there must be a way out, I thought. This couldn't be the end. But things only got worse over the next few hours. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the rest, but let's say that's the end of part 1. Did you guys enjoy? Oh, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. You guys wanted this very much. Aw, I'm glad. Let me see what Cinder's up to. Hi Bees, how are you doing today? Oh, Fasting Moon, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. Cinder asked me if we're doing ASMR or the story game. And I'm gonna throw her out the window because if you're reading, you can still do ASMR. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. We're still reading. I don't understand, chat. Can you tell me as to why that might be confusing? Because I don't see it. How do you need clarification? It's a game where you read. You don't need clarification. ASMR is the means of speaking quietly or whispering, making you feel a little comfy. I could be reading the back of a shampoo bottle or a visual novel. It is all the same. ASMR could include roleplay. It doesn't have to. We haven't roleplayed today. I've just been talking quietly. When she said lather, rinse, and repeat, I felt that. Did you guys enjoy the reading? Oh, I'm gonna break Cinder's chat open 1 second.
Oh, that'll be like a...
Oh, she's not. Oh, God. She didn't get the message. I'm sorry. I can't. Sinder, please. Oh god. That was the audio version of a flashbang. I'm sorry. I didn't understand. I've talked to her so many times the past few days, and I'm like, it's not a spooky collab, we're reading. I love this little girl's brain, I swear. She's just so happy and fucking just high energy all the time. No, I love Cinder. I think she'll get the memo once we start. I can read for a little bit longer until she's ready if you guys would like. I told Cinder, she said, are we doing ASMR or the story game? I said, story game, which is ASMR, we're still reading. No. I'm having a moment with Cinder. One second. I'm gonna shake this hellhound. She said, oop, Lamau, me with metal music on right now. What is this? Hi, my name is Layna. My community has asked very nicely for me to read to them. So I prepared a very cozy stream. That's what this is. Dot dot dot, they say. Jake, is that not something that you want? You don't like it? Do you want me to change everything for you on the fly? I guess he left. Hi Tam, welcome on in. Can someone give me a Cinder update? Is she switching gears to be comfy? Jake, just listen comfy. I love that. You guys are so cute. I promise. I absolutely promise. I told Cinder that we were reading. Oh god. Are you okay? I think she just woke up from a dream. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Oh, Ace, thank you so much. TV has sleep aggression. There's sometimes when she wakes up, she sounds like that. She was dead asleep. I'm so sorry. She's done that since she was a puppy. I don't know why. I'm so sorry. Let's check in with Sinder. Spooky ASMR collab. There it is. Oh. Oh God.
Yeah, about that. So, just to kind of transition the vibes real quick, gonna have to mute the alerts definitely. And let me ask Layna if she's ready. And I'm sure the game's gonna have music and ambience also, so we'll be ready for that. But stealth. It wasn't even stealthy. Wiseman, thank you for 9 months. Happy sub, baby. Phantom, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Thank you. Agent, thank you for the 1,000 bits. And again, I apologize if I'm not ready. Or if not, no, I'm ready. But I apologize. My brain's everywhere. Let me start that again. I apologize if I miss notifications or chat because I'm gonna be hanging out with Layna and we're gonna be reading. But I still hope that you guys have fun. And
What she said.
you will play a big part in our decision making for the game. So stay tuned. We might do like polls or something. I'll talk to Layna about that. But I'll see if she's ready. And we'll hop in. Yeah.
She did great, everyone. Cheer her on. She did it. Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon or evening.
Hi, Layna. I miss you so much.
I admittedly feel really weird talking to you like this, but I'm trying my best.
Girl, I was like, oh my god, I haven't talked to Layna in so long. Like, I want to hear what she thought about the Saw movie, the brand new Saw movie, and gushed over that. But, maybe another time.
Yeah, maybe when we're not so quiet and drawn out in the way we speak to each other.
Not my chat, like, super excited when I was like, yeah, we're changing the vibes right now.
Where I was really worried. I could have sworn I was like, okay, we're gonna do an ASMR day on Sunday, but I didn't want to get in trouble with reading stories. So we were trying to find something that we could still read. So when you were like, we're playing spooky games, I was like, no.
It's fine, it all works out.
You did perfect. I'm really proud of you being able to switch up so quickly.
No, it's fine. I think that's on me.
No, it's okay. I want to do a double check chat. Can you hear Sinder okay? She loud and clear?
Yeah, same for the Pyro Pups here.
You have massive badonkeys.
Oh, I mean, thanks.
I think they're like the best ones I've ever seen. I'm not even trying to be weird.
Who's feeding you these lines right now?
No one. I have your stream open and I'm looking and I'm just like, oh my god.
Hi.
I like your hair too. Is that weird? Is that a creepy thing to say? Just say like, I like your hair.
No. You're gonna get me all flustered. I didn't know you were watching.
Of course I'm watching. Oh my god. Hi, Pyro Pups.
My outfit's not normally like this. My chat has the ability and power to toggle off some of my clothing items and my fire colors. So
Oh, you look great.
my clothes will come back on eventually.
No worries. Take your time.
Girl, how am I gonna survive this?
I don't. Easy. It's no problem. We can do this.
Yeah. So,
Okay, I will share my
alright.
screen.
Yeah, do you just want to use Fuji's then?
It's up to you. If I've got my VTube studio open, but it would be with my little cute, like young model. If you want both of us to be on the same screen.
That's okay.
Okay.
I mean, if this is easy and comfy.
Let's see. You want to do a group thing in VTube Studio?
If you want to switch, you don't have to switch your models. If you want the spookier vibes.
No. I already have it open and waiting for you.
Aww.
Of course. Okay, Cinder. We are friends on Steam, right? Right, Cinder.
Yeah. Because we played the whatchamacallit games, the anthology Dark Pictures.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
I will invite
We're
you.
professional streamers.
I gotta find her name first. Hold on. Cinder.
Oh, give me a second.
The password is.
Let me. Oh. Hold on, I have to restart VTube Studio real quick.
Thank you, chat, for being patient with us both while we set this up and get things ready for you.
I'm not gone, you guys. I'm not gone. I just had to reset. Oh my god, that's such a spicy password you've got there.
Yeah, I do like it. Your giggles are giving me life.
I'm sorry. Okay. Let me get connected. Oh wait, what region are you on?
I am on Eastern North America.
Okay.
Chat, for my chat, just so you know, I'm going to switch over the 2D so that it's easier for us to be in the same room, just so it might be a little bit of a tonal shift.
Yeah, that's okay.
But the focus will be on what we're reading behind us, so don't worry. Ooh. Oh, I have to turn on my... I didn't even turn on my model. Alright, guys.
I just joined, so you might see me. I see you.
What? Give me 1 second. I will.
You're so cute.
Thank you. I feel like this deep voice coming out of this little model is so weird. Where is my VTube studio? Oh.
Look at you.
Hi. What are you doing with me? What are you doing?
I accidentally got you stuck to my tail. I'm sorry.
I'll stay in your tail. I don't mind. I like your tail.
Oh,
there you
so
are.
freaking cute.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Alright, let me get the game up here. The game should be... Yeah. Okay. And then do you see the game on Discord?
Yeah, let me pop this out and get this ready. I'm so excited for this.
I huge thank you to like responding the week of. I remember you had asked me a long time ago if I wanted to do like horror reading, and no one had asked me that before, and I don't know really anyone who does that, so I was super excited. And I thought of you immediately. You're also like the ASMR queen, so I want to like
Stop.
scoop you up.
Stop. You're gonna get me all flustered. But I mean, I don't know, cause I haven't really done ASMR collabs before, and you're like the first person I thought of because we both like spooky, and I was like, ooh, doing something spooky would be so much fun.
I've never even done this is like my first ASMR stream. So I've never done this before. So
Girl, you're killing it.
you're gonna have to teach me your ways.
I mean, I just kind of wing it if I'm being honest.
On chat, I upped her volume a little bit. It should be a bit better.
Hello? Can you still hear me?
No, it isn't. Okay, technically. Listen, there was this one time I do have a 3DO and I was gonna do like Elden Ring ASMR and I couldn't take it seriously, and so I ended up role playing as a mama bird feeding a baby bird. And then I role played as a horse. It didn't go very well, so I didn't really count that one.
You're so silly.
Yeah, I respect ASMR content creators because I can't do it. It makes me like, if I'm talking quietly like this for too long, I think there's this like insufferable urge to just yell out of nowhere and like break their eardrums, you know?
My thing is that I've got like this, this like puppy energy, and I just get so excited when I see people like, you know, cheering and subbing and talking to me.
You just wanna like wag your tail and be really excited. Yes. Yeah, I completely, and this like slow, quiet talking is very hard.
I know. That's why usually when I do like roleplay stuff, if it's not with the 3DO mic, I'll do like soft spoken, like not really like quiet like this, but it's more like this, and it's just kind of like comfy, and it's not too loud, but it's also not like too whispery. So sometimes I go like in the middle ground.
Okay, maybe I'll adapt that. I'll adapt a little
Because
like quiet.
Yeah, because me personally, it's really hard to do the whispers because I know a lot of people are really like turned off from the idea of ASMR because sometimes it sounds like this all the time and people fucking hate that because it's just whispering. And it can be kind of harsh on the ears sometimes, even though it's not really intended to be.
Yeah, I think that's why like some people are coming in being like, what is this? Is this ASMR? And I'm like, well, I mean, it kind of is, because I guess it's supposed to like make you feel a certain way, and I think as long as you are achieving that, and there are all different kinds of ASMR, because
Exactly.
I don't think I want to whisper in anyone's ears. I feel like that's pretty intimate. I don't know. Yeah.
There is like, you know, with the 3DO mic, sometimes I'll have the audio playing in my headset while I'm speaking into the mic, which is really like, I don't know, it's really confusing sometimes, like hearing yourself at the same time twice. But that's how I'm able to gauge how loud my voice is compared to how close I am to the mic. So I know I'm not being too quiet, because sometimes I feel bad if I'm too loud with a really sensitive mic.
I actually always have my voice feedback on. Do you not?
No.
Oh. No, I
I mean, if
have to
I'm
hear
like
it.
adjusting audio settings, then yeah.
Yeah, it makes it easier to understand like how loud or quiet I'm being. Like I could never.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh,
I
Merry
also
Christmas.
wanted to ask.
What?
Yeah. Merry Christmas. Do you know if the game has like music or audio or anything?
I think it does. Yes. Hang on. Let me see. Let's test it.
Okay.
Let's
Okay,
reset
switch over
here.
too.
Okay, chat, does that look alright? My boobs are so small compared to yours.
Stop.
There's
There's nothing
so,
wrong with that.
they're so big. Okay, I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
It's
Oh
not,
shoot!
the size doesn't matter, Layna.
It doesn't. You're so right, but I can't stop. I can't. So the game. Okay, I'm paying
Sorry,
attention.
what were you saying?
Yeah. Let's see if there's. Do you want to read this? I don't. I guess we're gonna kind of find our flow and footing with reading together. So why don't you start?
Okay. Buried is an interactive story. The plot will change based on the choices you make. The story is broken into 5 chapters. Play straight through or at your own pace. There's no waiting and no pauses. Enjoy and choose wisely.
Did you hear that?
The ping.
Yeah. Do you hear the background noise? Okay.
Chat, do you guys hear everything okay?
All right. You start. Let's hear it.
I open my eyes and the first thing I want to do is scream. I'm flat on my back and everything seems to hurt. The trees overhead look familiar. It's a clear night sky, almost beautiful, except for the fact that this means I've been out cold for at least 6 hours. But there's something wrong. I don't remember what, but something happened and my head. God, my head hurts. And a ringing in my ears. Was there an accident? Sorry, I just popped out the window again. An explosion, I think. I remember Dennis screaming, but after that, I can't remember. As I sit up, I notice that my hard hat has been thrown off. I look around the area, but it's not here. It feels strange to go anywhere without my hard hat, but I've got to find the other members of the crew. They could be in danger.
Okay, maybe we both switch off per like choice. What do you think?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. If it gets too long or annoying, you just yell out. Okay, chat.
Okay.
Does it sound too loud or too quiet? I just want to be sure that all the balance is just right. It good, okay. Sound good, okay. It good. Oh, my chat. Okay. You guys are so sweet. Alright, let's go. The choices are search for hard hat or forget the hat, search for the crew. What do you reckon, Sinder?
Well, would you think we should alternate based on our communities and do like a little poll?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's put up a poll. Chat, do you want to search for the hard hat or forget that hat and search for the crew? We need hat. Hat.
They're all like, follow OSHA, follow OSHA.
Safety first. It sounds like they want the hat. I don't know
Yeah,
if we even
looks
need
like-
polls. They're just yelling.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so let's
Okay.
go for the hard hat then.
I get up on shaky legs and look around for a moment. A few nearby trees look to have been splintered and broken at the base recently. They certainly weren't like this earlier. Searching for the hard hat feels normal. It makes me feel like maybe there isn't something wrong here. I see it behind a fallen log about 10 feet away from me. How it was thrown so far is beyond me. Driven by nothing more than habit, I walk over to it, pick it up, place it on my head. Next, I walk over to the center of the logging site and don't like what I see.
That's spooky.
This is kind of cool. I didn't expect this.
Yeah. The logging site looks like a bomb was detonated right in the center. I don't know where to start. The one load we had managed to stack on a truck for the day is overturned. The trailer bent and the logs hanging off the back. Where the hell is everyone? My head is killing me and this ringing in my ears. I can't hear anything. Not birds, not my footsteps, nothing. It makes me wonder if I hit my head after my hard hat flew off. I run through a quick mental checklist to make sure my brain is still working. My name is Roger Hastings. I'm 41 years old. The year is 2017. I own a small logging company and we've been logging in this strip of Kentucky woodland for almost a month now. Okay, so my brain works. That's a relief, but it also makes me fearful, because something is certainly not right here. I look around the logging site, my mind trying to figure out what has happened. Just about every piece of equipment has been overturned or tilted.
Uh-oh.
Should we look at the debris or the truck?
What do you think, chat? Do we do the debris or the truck? Looks like truck is winning.
Yeah, truck's winning in my chat.
Alright, truck it is, chat. I kind of like that chat gets to interact a little bit.
Yeah.
The truck. The hitch is completely broken. Like it was blown off in an explosion or a really bad accident. Had there been an explosion, all the fuel on site would have started a fire, but there's no charring, no burning. Nothing. I walked through the area where Dennis had been working. From the looks of it, he'd been moving slowly. He'd only taken down 4 trees today. His metal lunchbox was open, an indicator that he had been taking an early break. But he's not here. No one is here. Where the hell is everyone? I could try to make a call on my cell phone, but its battery is already running really low. Not that it matters. The reception is crap out here. Do we yell out or call someone on the cell phone?
What do you guys think? What would you do?
Admittedly, this is the most unique out of character stream I think I've ever done. How are you feeling over there, Sinder?
Looks like they're saying to yell, save the battery.
A lot of people are saying yell. Oh, some people are saying call. Yeah, mostly yell, I think. Yeah. Okay. Alright.
Yelling isn't really suitable for a quiet, comfy stream, you guys. What the heck?
You guys really want us to yell?
Hey guys, where is everyone? Tony? Dennis? Frank? Joe? But their names fall flat among the wreckage. I get nothing back other than scaring away a few birds overhead. Might as well start walking and try to find some answers. The highway is almost a mile back through the woods, down the gravel road we used to reach the site. Maybe the crew ran that way for help. But why would they have left me? Were they scared? Out of sorts? Maybe I can catch up to them. But with my truck turned over on its side, it looks like I'll be walking. My god, I can't even remember what I was doing before waking up on my back. Wait, what's that? Underneath the bulldozer. Oh my god. It's a leg. It has to be either Tony or Dennis. The dozer looks unstable, like it might just roll some more. It might not be safe to get close, but at the same time, I can't just leave him there. Do I go look or stay back?
How does he know whose leg this belongs to?
I don't know, maybe he's got like some sweet drip. Maybe they were stylish, I don't know.
Chat, do we go look or we stay back? My chat's saying kick W.
Mine's saying look. They're very curious.
Yeah, my chat's trying to say look. Alright. Hey, Al, are you okay? Are you alive? Holding onto my hat, I skip over the wrecked equipment and stray logs to get closer. I can see a bit more of the leg. The jeans are soaked in blood. I recognize the work boots. It's clearly Tony. His leg is bent at an impossible angle, nearly crushed flat. The closer I get, the more apparent it becomes that Tony didn't survive. Do we leave the body alone or do we pull it out?
Oh my goodness, it's getting dark. My chat's saying FN07 Tony. Oh, they're pretty. I don't know, they're.
Mine are indecisive. They're both 50-50.
Yeah. I think I see more leave the body.
People are saying leave it, he's not going anywhere.
That's true.
Alright, you got it.
There's nothing I can do for him now. I start to back away slowly. In my shock, I stumble back, suddenly tripping over one of the stray logs. My head collides with one of the logs as I bite the ground, but my hard hat does its job. Thank God I decided to look for it earlier. But what's more startling is realizing that Tony is dead. Looking at him, I feel something rising up in my throat, and I don't know if it's a scream or vomit, but I have to push it away. If I lose my cool right now, there are too many questions that will go unanswered. Shit, I can't believe this. Tony, he had 2 boys. He coached his oldest son's baseball team. He was the hardest worker I had and was one of the most honest and reliable men I knew. This isn't right. I can't stay here. I have to find Dennis, Frank, and Joe. I have to find out what happened here.
As I walk through the stacks of logs from the last week or so of work, everything feels frozen. This high-pitched sound in my ears, it's terrible. It keeps happening every few seconds and sounds like it's coming from far away. I can't help but wonder, is it my ears or is it something else? The silence out here is creepy and there's a smell like the atmosphere after a bad summer storm. I might as well admit it, I'm a little scared. Everyone is missing and it's dead quiet out here. There doesn't even seem to be a breeze to rustle the leaves and branches. My right knee hurts like hell. My head was hurting so bad before, but that I never even noticed the pain in my knee. I must have heard it during the what? The accident or... Wait, is that Dennis? I see him sitting on the ground, motionless, about 30 feet away. Do we yell out or walk up?
Yell or go check it out, you guys.
My chat saying walk.
My chat. Yeah, I think walk.
I like this
Yeah,
spooky
most of them are
music.
walk.
This is nice.
I know. The ambience is really nice.
Wait, I still have my log cackling on. Sorry, continue.
He's just sitting there, not moving. I walk up slowly next to him. Dennis? Hey man, can you hear me? I tap him on the shoulder. He looks up at me from the ground, clearly coming out of a daze. Yeah, Roger, I hear you, he says. Dennis is built like a wrestler and has the tough personality to match. But in this moment, he looks disoriented and even a little anxious. Though I'm glad to see him. The fear on his usually confident face is alarming. What the hell happened? What's going on? He asks. What should we say to him? Don't know, the crew is missing? Or an explosion, I think. Don't know. Everybody here seems like option 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Missing, Dennis says. Where do you think that they went? I'm not sure, I say. But it has me pretty freaked out. Something's not right here. Still sitting on the ground, he looks around the woods as if he just now was understanding the severity of the situation. The equipment was overturned, the dozers too, I say, shifting my hard hat and wiping my forehead. You okay? I ask him. Yeah, just shaken up. Me too. This might be the most intimate conversation Dennis and I have ever had. While he and I have always been on good terms, we've never been particularly close. I've always respected him though. Sure, he's come to work a few times, looking like he'd been in a bar fight the night before, but I've also seen him do enthusiastic impression of a dinosaur as he played with Tony's kids while they waited for the dad to finish up his shift. It's then that it hits me. Dennis and Tony are good friends. I'm not sure I want to rattle him with the news of Tony's death right now. Not before we know what's going on. Though he has a right to know.
This is a tough one. Tell him he's dead or don't say anything at all right now.
Yeah, everyone's saying to tell him.
Yeah, gotta be honest, right?
Hey, no, this is fucked up, but one of your good friends is completely fucking dead.
Right.
What was that?
You were upfront with Dennis about Tony. Dennis's eyes fixate on me, startled. He was crushed under the dozer, I say. Dennis pauses for a moment, like he's trying to understand what I said. His eyes narrow and his bottom lip quivers. Shit, he says. And I can tell that he's fighting back tears. He and Tony had been tight, almost like brothers. Hey, he adds quickly, as if trying to escape the reality of Tony's death. Did you see that light? No, I say. What did you see? I don't even know, Roger, he says. It was like this flare of white light. It came right up out of the ground, like an explosion. So there was an explosion, I say. Maybe it was some equipment, or... This was no equipment, Dennis interrupts, agitated. This huge ball of light came right out of the damn ground. What did it look like? Or where did it go?
Oh, why would it be what did it look like? Wasn't it just a bright white light?
Unless there's more to it.
My chat is saying where.
My chat's saying where, yeah.
I think our chat's the same person. One brain cell.
Dennis is gonna be like, what do you fucking mean? What does it look like? I just told you it's a fucking bright light.
It just shot up into the sky until it was out of sight. When? I'm not sure, he answers. But I had finished about 10 trees for the day and was about to top one, and that's when it happened. You almost done with 10 trees? I ask. Yeah, he says, looking at the ground. You know, I wouldn't want to take a lunch break until I was done. And that's when the light blew up. Why? You don't believe me? I do believe you, or I think you're exaggerating.
Believe. Believe. My chat's saying we should trust him.
Me too.
You believe Dennis's story. He saw what he saw, I think to myself. He has no reason to lie about this. My God, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, he says. But if I'm being honest, it scared me pretty bad. And if it's all the same to you, I'd like to get the hell out of here. We both stand up and start heading towards the road. It isn't until we start moving that I see Dennis is wounded. His right side is coated in blood, the red seeping through his blue work shirt. There are splatters of it here and there, but also a very large red splotch that makes me worry. Are you in a lot of pain? Or how did you get that injury?
Pain? How did you get? Ow.
Yeah, definitely how.
Alright. I'm not sure, Dennis replies. I must have gotten thrown or hurt somehow from that light. It's then that I notice that the strange ringing noise is still filling the air. Hey, I say, stopping. Do you hear that high-pitched ringing noise every once in a while? Dennis looks scared when I ask him this question, and he just nods. I thought it was just me, he says. He looks out of sorts and uncertain. I've never seen him like this before. It's obvious that he's looking for some reassurance. Even though I'm his boss, there's something very unnerving about this. We'll be okay. It's probably nothing. Or it's freaking me out.
And it's so crazy how we can actually freaking hear that.
Mm-hmm.
And like the ambience, that's so wild.
Yeah. This has been good. I've never seen like a Steam game before that was like just this.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Shout outs to Ghosta for finding us. Thank you. Freaking me out. Freaking me out. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm sure I sound scared, but I don't really care. I look to Dennis and see that my confusion and fear have seeped into him. And is that disappointment in his expression as well? I think so. It's as if he expects me to be stronger, to assure him that we're fine and nothing out of the ordinary is happening. We both start moving forward and don't say another word. Did you try to call Frank? Dennis asks. I know he had his cell on him today. Not yet. Luckily, I still have some battery left. I pull out my cell and call Frank, happy I didn't make that call to Dennis earlier. It rings, but he doesn't pick up. But then I hear his phone go off, behind the stack of logs. Dennis and I give each other a look. As the phone goes to voicemail, I hang up, and we walk behind the logs to find Frank's phone on the ground, abandoned. We look around for Frank, but find nothing. Not a single trace. It's then that I notice something really odd. A 10-foot wide hole in the ground, right near where the phone was. But there's no stray piles of removed dirt or rocks. It's clean, smoothly dug, cutting into the earth. Wide, but only a few feet deep. It looks unnatural, like the ground was just deleted. No shovels or diggers used. Dennis walks over to it. This looks like the same kind of hole where I saw that light come from the ground, he muses to himself. I say nothing. My mind is spinning, but I don't know what to think. We need to get out of here, Dennis mutters. At that moment, the ringing noise carries through the forest again, sending a shiver down my spine. Dennis is right. There's something strange going on, and we might not be safe here. But that ringing sound could be a clue to where the rest of the crew went. No, let's check out that sound. Or, agreed, let's get away from here. Agreed. GTFO.
No one wants to go check out the sound? I would. Wow.
Looks
Everyone.
like the majority wants to leave.
Okay, chat. I got a lot of wieners, but that's okay. I'll respect it. You decided to avoid the sound. With that, we turn and start walking to the west, in the direction that I'm pretty certain leads to the road. Take it away.
It's sort of embarrassing. I've been a logger for nearly 15 years, but I'm finding it easy to get lost in these woods. The trees are so thick in places that the moonlight doesn't even reach the ground. It's easy to get turned around. My only hope is that I can find the overgrown dirt road that'll lead us back to the highway. You sure we're headed the right way? Dennis asks. Pretty sure, I say. I turn to him and see that he's clearly in pain. It's at this moment that we come upon another one of those smooth holes. This one is even stranger because a nearby tree also has a chunk cut out of it. The arc goes smoothly through the ground, then up through the trunk, like a cartoon wrecking ball blasted through both of them. What the hell are these things? Dennis whispers to himself. He takes a step down into the hole, his boots creating imperfections in the shape, like footprints on a sand dune. Should we step down into it, or walk around the perimeter?
Chat, you know the answer. There's only one answer. There we go. Good. What are you giggling about over there?
I don't know, my chat's pretty conflicted.
Mine are too.
Well, step down, go down, step.
I sang
Into the
step.
hole.
We're going inside.
Into the hole.
I take a step down with Dennis into the hole, if that's even what you would call it. As I stoop down to examine it, I'm amazed at how smooth it is. Even rocks that were under the earth have been sheared to fit the spherical shape. It's then that I feel the ground beneath my feet start to sag. By the time I'm aware of what's happening, the ground is giving way and I am falling. I cry out in surprise and can barely hear Dennis letting out a curse as we go down into the earth.
The fall isn't a long one, but when I hit something a few seconds later, it hurts like hell. The wind goes rushing out of me when I hit, and a sharp pain flies through me. What the hell? I say once my breath is back. Beside me, Dennis is slowly rolling over to get to his feet. I look up and see the hole in the ground where we fell through. It looks to be about 10 feet over our heads. It's completely dark, but there's a small flicker of light further into the cave ahead of us, and a solid wall of rock behind us. Looks like the only ways out are further down the cave, or up through the way we fell in. Dennis might be able to boost me up there, but with his injury, I'm not sure how stable he is. He might drop me. Try to climb out, or head into the cave.
What would you do in this situation, Sinder?
I think I would ask if he seems up for trying to climb out. But if he's too much in pain, then I'd agree to explore the cave.
My chat's very conflicted.
I see a lot of cave. Or into the other hole? What do you mean by that? Gotta go deeper.
Alright. Let's give it a go. I decide we'd better not risk hurting ourselves trying to climb out. As we turn to head into the cave, I take a closer look at the light further ahead and realize it's artificial. We both start heading towards it instinctively. As we step into the light, panic gnaws at me because what I am seeing makes absolutely no sense. It's no longer a cave or a hole. It's a long, sparsely lit corridor. Oh, this is cool.
Oh my god. Oh, what the hell? It's a massive corridor, in fact. It seems to go on forever. This corridor is mostly dark, with emergency lights every 10 feet or so. I turn to my left and see that there's a door which appears to lead upwards to the outside, but it's locked tight. I push as hard as I can, but no luck. Dennis, help me with this, I say. He comes over and we both try to kick the door open, but it doesn't budge. For some reason, Someone doesn't want people getting out of here. It looks like we're headed down the hallway. Should we tiptoe quietly or walk quietly?
What's the fucking difference?
Tiptoe. When you're on your toes, like super, super quiet, like you're trying not to make a sound with your footsteps, but walking quietly, you can still, like, footsteps are probably still going to be able to hurt if you're walking quietly.
But if you walk quietly and gently, I feel like it would be the same thing, just using less energy. If you tiptoe, you're gonna get tired, and that dude's leg is bum.
I think in this case, because they're.
Oh, it's quickly. I can't read.
Oh, quickly. Oh, yeah.
Wait, did
I
you
can't
see
read
it as
either.
quietly too?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe I read it, but my brain processed it. Okay, so are we gonna be quiet or are we gonna be fast? Is the question.
My chat's fucking yelling at me in all caps. God.
Guys don't have to be so mean.
Oh, what the heck, chat? Didn't she want to be nice to us?
Yeah, don't you want to be like me?
Yo, I'm gonna throw this out there, and maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. I feel like if you and I did some, this isn't a just on we should, but I feel like if we did like a playful, like lewd-ish ASMR, I feel like people would lose their fucking minds. I'm just saying, because I've been listening to you read, and I've been listening the way you talk to your chat, and I'm like, yo, that's a hefty combination.
I mean, I can be a little bratty, so my chat's literally like fucking begging right now.
I mean, I don't know how that, I don't know how that would work. I've never really done like a dual ASMR before, but
Well, I have, so I mean,
how does that work?
I might be able to make something work.
What? Walk me through that. How do you do that?
So the best way is to get a script for it. That way you have like your roles already established, and then you're not talking over each other, and you already have like a scenario and like your own separate parts go back and forth. And if we read along at the same time, then it'll feel really cohesive.
Oh my god. I'm blushing. Is Dennis bleeding out while we're discussing this, Dennis? I am so
Dennis
sorry.
It's okay, Dennis.
Sorry.
Forget Dennis. It's just you and me right now.
Oh, okay. What do you? This is just a shot in the dark here. Listen, I swear to God, I'm just, friend to friend here. What role do you feel like you would play between the both of us?
I don't know, because I think we could do like a lot of different things. My favorite personally is when there's like two people like fawning over the listener, and we both like take turns and like almost kind of like fighting over them in a way, but then it ends with us like all three of us together anyway.
That actually sounds really cute. You're really smart. Holy crap.
Girl, I've been doing this kind of thing before I started streaming.
Do you miss it?
I mean, I still kind of do it. I just haven't really had time to edit them to sound good for my audio specific channel because I've been so busy. But yeah, I was making audios under like a separate persona, and until recently I incorporated her into my lore, and I actually have a toggle that looks like my ASMR channel persona.
I love her. I've seen it. It's so good. Do we have to do something special to see it?
No, this one.
Oh god.
Her name is Tashi.
I love it. She's so cute.
So,
oh my god.
Before I became a VTuber, and like while I was working on my debut actually, I was consistently uploading on that channel every single week for 2 years straight.
God. You're an absolute pro, man.
I've done a lot.
Oh my god, so you reckon you're gonna start doing like you said, a series of like Sinder ASMR? Are you gonna stick to
So what I do, because people are really, really obsessed with like the Tashi look and persona, so in order to create a visual difference, because sometimes when I am doing roleplay, it gets taken out of context, and I'm not a big fan of that because it's not like me streaming as like my own personality. I'm taking on a role, and that can get confusing. So when I do the ASMR roleplay, I have a little text on screen that says I am doing roleplay, and I also switch to these colors when I'm actually like actively involved in the roleplay, so that way they know with like a visual cue. And then when I'm done with the roleplay section, I go back to me.
I've never thought of that before, because like that's kind of something that always confused me or worried me, is like, how can the audience tell the difference between role play and when to talk to you a certain way, you know what I mean? So
Right.
that's really smart.
Well, I have that unique like part about me, but like you can still put like a big text box on the screen. That way people know, you know, something hard to miss.
Okay. Wow, thank you for filling me in on all that. I didn't know. It's really cool.
And I would be happy to talk to you more about it sometime.
I would absolutely love that. Yes. I would like that. Okay. What are we doing? Are we walking quickly or quietly?
Oh yeah.
Tiptoe.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, tiptoe.
My chat's saying quickly.
Gotta go fast.
Oh,
Dennis
no.
died.
Now they're saying quiet. Most of them are saying tiptoe now. One person said, no, we are not saying that. Okay, alright.
Stealth?
I feel like a ghost. I truly have no business being here. Dennis leans on me for support. We move slowly, our feet not making a sound. If anyone is in here, I want to make sure they don't hear us. We tiptoe forward as softly as we can. As I carry Dennis to the far end of this otherwise featureless place, I see a flight of concrete stairs leading down. I have to set Dennis down on the floor. His weight is killing me. Dennis, are you okay? Stop worrying, man, he says. I'll be okay. I just need a minute to rest. But looking at him, I'm not so sure. I can still hear the ringing noise every so often coming from somewhere in here. I look ahead at the concrete stairs pointing towards them so that Dennis sees them. Can you make it down those stairs? I ask. He stands up slowly and is visibly making an effort to not fall back down. Yeah, he says, and sounds a little irritated. He starts for the stairs without me, and I have no choice but to follow. We approach the stairs, and by just looking at them, I get the sense that we're crossing some sort of line here. There may very well be no going back.
As I head on down the stairs, I notice they look aged. That damned ringing noise is somewhere below, louder than ever. I feel like I'm walking down into the cellar of a haunted house, the light becoming scarce as the stairs take a slight turn. I can feel the temperature drop. Dennis makes it a few steps down before he's leaning on the wall. He's breathing like he just finished a marathon. Should we pause to give him a break or keep up the pace? Pause, Chip?
Pause. Okay.
Looks like break time.
Let's take a break, I say, putting my hand towards his shoulder to help steady him. Dennis lets out a sigh. Thanks. I don't feel too great, boss. As we both squat down on a stair, my mind seems to lock in on the unknown fate of the rest of the crew. Frank is married, and I've met his wife a few times. A nice woman with a huge laugh. My heart sags a bit when I realize I might never again get to hear him pelting out classic rock tunes during the lunch break. Joe, well, I don't know too much about him. He's 22 years old and is considering community college. His folks are deadbeat, so he's been providing for himself since the age of 16 or so. Maybe I can still find them and still get to hear Frank singing in his deep baritone voice after a few too many drinks. After a few moments, Dennis says, "All right, let's keep going." We both stand up, leaning on each other. I have to make Dennis stay behind me as I stick my foot out in search of the next step. I can't help feeling like a child as a very powerful fear seizes me. I'm expecting a monster to reach out of the darkness, slicing into my throat. After what feels like forever, we come to the bottom of the stairs. We're closer to that ringing noise now. A door sits securely in the wall and looks just as out of place down here as I feel. A sliver of light seeps through, illuminating the area. The door has what looks like a panel with lots of labels and lights. Small embossed print above the panel says Level 1 Entrance Gate Transport Sector, and there's a button with no label. Do we push the button or inspect the panel?
This is getting so interesting. It looks like
Inspect is...
Pyropuffs are saying inspect, yeah.
Yeah. I'm really liking seeing both of our chats like super into like grabbing an answer. It reminds me of those Goosebumps books back in the day. It'd be like turn to page 62 if you yeah.
That just unlocked a core memory. Oh my god. And then you'd want to like get all the endings.
Yes, and so you'd like dog ear the like some of the bits and go back and be like, wait, I didn't want that, and you go back.
Yeah.
All the time, dude. Cinder, I forgot what they chose. Inspect?
They want to inspect the panel, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
The panel looks like a diagnostic or alert system of some kind, each label meant to communicate some status. Lockdown engaged, experiment in progress, shutdown engaged. Those all appear to be off. But one of the phrases has a slowly blinking red light next to it, the only powered light on in this whole thing. Abnormal entity breach. What the hell? I slowly push the door open when Dennis suddenly steps in front of me, taking the lead. "Let's go," he says. "I want to find out what the hell this place is." As Dennis walks through, that ringing or beeping or whatever it is gets a little louder. The door closes behind us with a click. I can't help but notice the wobble in Dennis's step as he lets out a grunt. "You sure you're healthy enough to keep going?" I ask. "It doesn't matter. I don't want to be in the woods right now." He seems scared. Something I've never seen before. Angry, yes. Upset, yes. But Dennis is never scared. What did you see? Or what's so dangerous?
I hope this is an SCP.
Maybe.
Everyone's saying, what did you see? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, boss. It was like someone had left a radio on, crackling, but we don't have any radios at the site. It was... I don't know. It was like something in the forest was moving. I gave him a doubtful look, and he cast his eyes to the ground, frustrated. I know how it sounds, he says. But I know what I felt. It was like walking into a funeral parlor, feeling death and gloom everywhere. I've been so preoccupied with my own fear that I nearly forgot about the ringing noise. It had become just background noise. We take a few more steps and I can now see where we are. makes no sense, yet another thing that simply seems out of place. The shapes and muted colors of metal are easy to identify, but it just doesn't belong here.
End of chapter 1.
This is nice.
Respect the dead. Even 36% left Tony's body. 76 upfront with Dennis about Tony's death. Only half of the people believe Dennis? What the hell?
Oh, we're a small percentage that are away from it. Okay. You want to do another chapter?
Yes. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
We can't just stop here. We're standing on the thin platform of what looks like a fancy subway. The rails look well used, but not old. There are small overhead lights that are very dim, as if they're running on emergency power. The dim overhead lights are a blessing, but the size of the place makes me feel vulnerable. Starting ahead, the tunnel seems to be endless. It's almost dizzying. But there's a small light further ahead, and then a space that breaks the monotony of the tunnel's curved surface. Another platform, maybe. Why are we in a subway tunnel? Or, Dennis, what do you think this is?
Someone said I like trains. That wasn't an answer, sweetheart. Keep Dennis talking. Ask Dennis. They chat. They're both asking Dennis, sweetheart.
I'm getting a lot of whys.
Ask. Chat. Wait, why are they saying ask? Why are we in the subway tunnel?
I think the option with Dennis's name actually in it is what they're referring to.
Ah, okay.
Dennis.
Okay. Looks like we're waiting for the D train, Dennis says with a deadly sounding cackle. Also, the ringing noise is louder down here. It's much more solid now, and there's some other sound, something like the faint hum of machinery. What's your take on this, boss? You think we're safe here? Dennis asks. Not at all. This is what I think to myself, but I don't want to let Dennis see that I'm rattled. While he seems to be limping along much better than when we first stumbled into this place, he's still in a rough shape. I'm leading him here, and I should probably make him feel confident in that. I'm not sure. This is creepy. Or yeah, we'll be fine.
Already told him you were nervous before? We'll be fine? Is that false hope, though? Yeah, you guys think we should keep positive? We'll be fine? You reassured Dennis. We're too far in to go back, I say. Besides, if we get caught for trespassing, I'm pretty sure we'd slide by. We're good. You're in pain, and we've got to find the rest of our crew. They could still be here somewhere. Dennis nods and looks reassured, albeit weak and miserable. From the looks of it, we can go either left or right. The left is slightly lit, the right not so much. This makes me uneasy because I get the sense that one wrong turn in a place like this would have us wandering for hours. Suddenly, I jerk my head to the right as I hear the unmistakable sound of someone walking. Did you hear something? I ask Dennis, my eyes straining to see anything in the darkness. Not sure, he says. Maybe. It kind of sounded like footsteps. I wait a moment, but the sound doesn't come again. So there are options. To the left are flickering lights, indicating that we'll at least be able to see. There's also a hum of machinery, a sign of life. To the right is just darkness, but we also heard footsteps in that direction. Let's go left, or let's go right.
I don't know. I think maybe the obvious choice to most people is to go where the light is. But maybe the right is someone of safety and has like a flashlight. And maybe the left, they die.
Someone's like, you know right's gonna kill you. It's pretty conflicted. Don't trust the footsteps.
My chat saying left.
Right is always right. Left, you don't know what is walking. There was a breach, remember, somebody said. Left, left, left.
Oh, that's me. You. Oh.
Oh. Take the next one too.
You decided to go into the lights. Seems smart to stay in the light. Left it is. As we head left, the lights ahead are like a beacon in the dark, luring us forward. Someone left the lights on for us, Dennis says, trying to be funny but creeping me out instead. I wonder if that's a good or bad thing, I say. As we near the lights, I hear the hum of the machinery grow louder, but it doesn't sound like any machine I've heard before. As the light increases, I use it to take an inventory of Dennis and his condition. While the bleeding seems to have stopped, the amount that has soaked into his pants and shirt is beyond alarming. How much further can you walk? I ask him. Can you keep going? Yes, Dennis says. Let's walk into the deep tunnel that has no business being here. Now fully stepping into the light, I notice that the sound of the machinery is coming from an area on the left side that is protected by a guardrail. Wisps of bright blue light dance on the walls as they leak out from whatever it is below. I also notice a posted sign that says danger, severe radiation poisoning threat. Step closer and look, or stay back and move on?
Radiation poisoning. Stay back. Sure, you near the radiation kicked up you. Majority here is saying, stay back. Dennis, I don't think we should get near whatever is down there, I say. Dennis studies the blue light a bit longer and then nods. He's hurting enough as it is. I don't think we need to add radiation poisoning to his list of ailments. Or mine, for that matter. We step away and take off down the tunnel again. As I start walking, I notice another structure coming into view up ahead.
As we head further into the tunnel, we reach another platform. There's light coming from the platform, but like the overhead lights, they are dim, red emergency lights. I start to wonder if the explosion at the lodging site caused a power outage in this place, whatever this place is. The ringing noise that I originally thought was in my head is getting louder. I'm starting to think it's some sort of alarm. When we come to the large open area ahead in the tunnel, it further resembles a subway station. As much as I try to ignore the reality, it's undeniable. We have stumbled into some sort of high-tech transportation system that is buried beneath the forests of Kentucky. It makes absolutely no sense and creates an entirely new sort of fear as to what the hell we've walked into. I notice that Dennis seems confident, though. When we reach a large opening, we have to climb over the rails and up onto the platform. I have to help Dennis over the rails and then up the small utility ladder that is bolted into the opposite side of the travelway. When he reaches the large open area resembling a subway waiting area, he collapses on the floor and lets out a heaving breath. "You know what?" Dennis says, exasperated. "This is ridiculous. I quit. I'm not going on any further. On top of worrying about my crew and the madness of wherever we are, I'm not in the mood for Dennis to act like a baby. Get up.
Oh,
Pull it together, Dennis. Or it's okay. Take it easy. You can do this."
ooh, are we gonna lash back at him or are we gonna encourage him?
Someone called him dentist.
Pull it together? Take it easy.
Everyone's
You guys
conflicted.
gotta decide, yeah, you gotta decide. Get him up now. Don't think coddling him will help.
Yeah, this is the first conflicted answer between both our chats.
Yeah.
Someone said kick him. Take it easy. Take it easy. Keep it together. It's okay. Tough love. He doesn't like a weak leader. He'll respond better to tough love. Get him up or he'll die.
But he did feel good about being reassured earlier.
Cinder, what do you think?
Well, my nature, I like to stay positive. So I would be like, don't give up. Like, we never know what's around the corner. You never know how close you are to like finding the exit. So I don't think I'd be mean about it because we're both kind of tired and scared. So I think that would just add more conflict, and that is the last thing that we need when we are both lost and one of us is injured. I'm not the one with a gash in my side, I think to myself. So I decide to cut him some slack. "Damn, boss. I'm sorry," he says. "It's okay," I say. "I don't know how you're still on your feet, if I'm being honest." "Stubbornness," he says with a weak laugh. "You need a minute to rest?" I ask, as warmly as I can muster. "No. If I sit down to rest, I'm afraid I might not get back up. Let's keep going while I can still go." I reach down, help him to his feet, and then we get ourselves up onto the platform. Right in front of us, there's an entrance to a long hallway, exiting the platform area. It's at this point that I realize those red emergency lights might be on for someone who's actually supposed to be here. Should we yell out or stay quiet? Morale is important.
Quiet, quiet.
Stay quiet, quiet. We don't know who or what is down here.
I'm still not sure if I want to alert anyone to the fact that there are strangers in this secret place. And the thought of hearing a scream, even my own scream, in this empty place is too much to bear. The emergency lights continue to flicker overhead, casting a sick, sort of pinkish light on everything. My mind is racing with what sort of place this might be. It's obvious that it's meant to be a secret. And if it is supposed to be a secret and there was a power outage recently, maybe most everyone has been evacuated. This thought does nothing to make me feel any better as we walk towards the platform exit. We step inside and it seems just as empty as every other place we've come through, weakly illuminated by more overhead emergency lights. We're standing inside a hallway that looks surreal for a moment.
Red lightning scary. The hallway reminds me of a hospital wing, but there's something not quite right about it. It's the first clean and tidy area I've seen since coming into the woods. It looks like it was recently in use, despite the dim emergency lights overhead. There are chairs against the walls, and the floor looks well cleaned, as do the walls. The ringing noise is definitely coming from here, and a small flashing red light along the ceiling seems to flash along with it. That ringing noise is an alarm, I say, if only to confirm my own thought. But for what? Dennis asks. And then he asks the question that has been on my mind since we fell in that hole. What the hell is this place? We exchange a look that speaks volumes. We reach the end of the hallway and hear a sound like a large metallic grinding. This is followed by a clicking noise, and then the unmistakable noise of a generator kicking on.
Without warning, the facility jolts to life. The red glow of the emergency lights is suddenly replaced by bright white fluorescent ones. The mechanical hum is oddly comforting. Somehow, the power being back on urges us on. It's then that I notice the ringing noise has stopped. So it had been an alarm. But for what? Just the power failure? We head down the hallway, the electric hum of the lights sounding eerie overhead. Other than that, the place is dead quiet. The hall is about 100 feet long with two main doors. One door opens onto a large room that looks like a conference room with a whiteboard and papers strewn about. Across the hallway, another door looks like a laboratory of some sort. Dennis slumps against the wall in defeat and lets out a scary-sounding chuckle. Something funny? I ask as a dark, brooding panic starts to grip me. Dennis just keeps chuckling as he slides down to the floor. I'm just gonna sit here while you look around, he says. There's a look in his eyes that reminds me far too much of a dead animal on the side of the road. Enter the conference room or enter the lab?
I don't think it's looking so good for Dennis. Lab, conference room. A lot of people are saying lab. Maybe for medical supplies? Walking inside, I see small vials and glass containers held in a clear glass case. Everything is either glass or silver, and I instantly feel like I'm dirtying the place up. I notice several test tubes in glass cases, as well as some sort of tube system that seems to have a clear fluid trapped inside of it. In the back corner, I find a laptop in screensaver mode. Should I look at the test tubes or the laptop? Both, that's not an option here.
I was about to say that I'm like, Chad, that's not an option.
Definitely looking like laptop.
I hit the enter key and a plain grey backdrop pops up. There are several icons and folders to choose from. I click on a folder labeled Test 1.5 Ethos. A few documents are filled with formulas and names I mostly don't understand. But there are some things that are easy to understand. Things that make my blood go cold. Subject number 6, cause of death, embolism or aneurysm, or both. Ideas for new delivery mode, spherical liquid, include comatose state first. Terracotta, possible plutonium supplier. Look at the test tubes or exit the lab.
Oh, I guess we can do both. Test tubes? I can't help but check out the test tubes. They're all filled with varying green and light blue fluids. One of them looks to have some sort of glowing dirt resting in the bottom of it. Another holds what looks like a grasshopper submerged in liquid, only it's the strangest grasshopper I've ever seen. At first, it looks like it's expanding and contracting, like a blowfish. Then it contracts so much that it vanishes completely. As I look closer, it springs back into existence in a completely different test tube, and I'm embarrassed when I actually jump back. I take another look around the lab, trying to piece together what might have been taking place here. I smell some sort of chemical in the air, and it makes me think that someone has used this lab recently. Outside in the hallway, I hear Dennis grunting. I head out of the room to see him still seated on the floor. But I don't get very far, because as I exit, a man comes rushing around the corner with an automatic rifle in his hand.
Oh. Oh.
Well, that escalated.
It's hard to look beyond his rifle, but the man carrying it is young with messy, dark hair. His skin is so pale that I wonder if maybe he lives down here. He has the look of a guy who's been cooped up for a little too long. He doesn't seem like the kind of person I'd trust with a gun in a stressful situation. As he sees us in the doorway, he screams and brings the gun up. It's aimed directly at my head. I put my hands in the air where I tried to attack.
I know what I would do.
I'm not gonna pick a fight with this guy.
Hands up. Who the hell is saying attack? Y'all are crazy. Y'all are actually crazy. I put my hands in the air, surprised at how natural it feels to go into this surrendered state. Maybe it's because this feels like a dream. Maybe it's because I feel like I'll snap awake if the maniac pulls the trigger. Who are you and how did you get here? The man asks harshly. Before we can answer, he continues speaking. I don't recognize you. If you're here, you would have had to sneak by the security mics in the entrance hall. What? I ask, unable to think of anything else to say. Who are you? The man asked. Did you do this? The man eyes us both, and I see something in his eyes that unsettles me. He is scared, but there is something else. Or just loggers, or nobody. Don't shoot us.
I don't think this is the right time to lie.
Yeah.
His eyes look distant for a minute and then he says, bullshit. But for some reason I'm pretty sure he knows I'm telling the truth. Someone knocked the power out, the man says. It's back on now, but if it was out long enough, well, we're in a heap of trouble. Was it you? Who sent you? Look, we don't know what you're talking about, Dennis says. Something happened out in the woods. Are you alone? Are there others with you? The armed man asks, thrusting the gun into my face. How the hell did we get in this situation? I think to myself. If we hadn't fallen into that hole, we wouldn't be here. I'm not really sure if we want to be giving this guy information. We don't know anything about him, and then again, he might have answers. No, just us. We're looking for our crew.
Lie or tell the truth? As far as we know, it's just us. Tell the truth, find the crew.
My chat's saying both truth and crew. Crew gives him a reason to keep us alive.
True. That's why we don't climb in random holes. True. That's what we've been doing this whole time, is looking for the rest of the guys. Just us? Just us?
I don't know. My chat's conflicted. Is yours?
Yeah, me too. Crew for sure.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of people are saying crew now. We have other crew members that we can't find, I say. Your crew, he asks, seeming confused. If this man thinks we're nuts, there's no telling what he might do. The fact that he looks a little crazy himself makes the situation even hairier. But how'd you get in here? The man asks. I point down the hall towards the subway. We came in that way. The doors weren't locked. His expression calms a bit, but I'm still very aware of the gun that is leveled less than a foot away from my face. Please put the gun down or grab his gun.
Okay, I think this
Do
is
not
an easy
grab the
answer.
gun.
Don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, please don't grab that. Don't.
Yeah.
You ask the man calmly to put his gun down. The only way I'm putting this rifle down is after I've blown your brains out, the man says. And with that, he uses the muzzle of the gun to flip my hard hat onto the floor. It's a childish move, a playground tactic at best, but it's insufficient to show me that he knows he's in control now. He then levels the rifle at Dennis, and I can only assume it's because his wounds make him appear to be the weaker of us. The man takes a shaky step forward. Dennis looks back and forth between the barrel of the gun and me, his eyes pleading for help. Step between Dennis and the gun or stay back.
Is moving really the best solution? Step between. Yeah, chat? You don't think moving is gonna startle him?
Ooh, both of our chats are saying protect.
Yeah.
Good job, chat. We've taught you well.
Okay. All right. You step between the gun and Dennis. Before I'm fully aware of what I'm doing, I step out in front of Dennis. The barrel of the rifle is nearly touching my chest now. Both Dennis and the man seem a little confused at my action, and I do my best to swallow my own fear. I don't know what's going on here, I say, but we're here by mistake. Well, you have no business here, the man says. But now that the power is on, I think you might be too late anyway. For what? I ask. He doesn't answer me. Instead, he steps forward and actually pushes me backwards with the end of his rifle. The man then repeats a question he asked before, one that makes no sense and, honestly, makes me think he might be a little crazy. Who sent you? He asks. You assholes from the Pentagon? I'm not quite sure how to take this question. Is this guy joking? No, what the hell are you talking about? Or, yeah, I'm the president.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
Get down, Mr. President. No, he's crazy. This also kind of makes me wonder, like, what would happen if we, like, tried picking all the worst options? But I think we're doing pretty good so far.
I feel like we could have died at this point.
Oh, definitely. Don't lie to a guy with a gun.
Some people were saying president in my chat. Some people were saying it's not
Some
worth.
people are memeing. Don't lie to the guy with the gun. You guys don't think joking around when he's being serious and is super fucking crazy is a good idea? Yeah, he is very on edge.
Chat, you have to make a decision. One or two.
One. Lots of fun.
No, I say. We're just loggers. Something blew up and my friend got hurt. We're looking for the rest of our crew. A likely story, the man says. But I see a flicker of recognition in his face that makes me think he might believe me. Still, his grip on the gun is as tight as ever. The look on his face makes me think he'll shoot at any moment. You both just stand still, he says. Sooner or later, someone will come along and I'll turn you over. He again thrusts the gun forward as if it has an invisible bayonet in it. There's no need for that, I tell him. I have no guarantee that I won't pull the trigger. Look, Dennis says, we don't want any trouble. We're just as confused as you are. Then, in a movement so fast that I just about miss it, Dennis lunges forward. I've no idea how he's moving so fast. Just 30 seconds ago, I was worried how close to death he looked. But now he's moving lightning fast, his left arm coming down on the barrel of the gun like a club. In the commotion, the man does pull the trigger. The booming noise is deafening, and there's a moment where I think I've been hit. It takes the clanging noise of the round tearing into the floor at my feet to help me realize that I've not been shot. I look to the floor and see where the shot missed my right leg by less than 3 inches. I'm paralyzed in shock for a moment as Dennis and the man fight over possession of the rifle. There's a fire extinguisher on the wall I could use as a bludgeon, but I might not have enough time to grab it before Dennis is overpowered. Do I grab the fire extinguisher and come back, or do I punch him?
I'm surprised. Dennis coming in clutch.
Oh, everyone said punch.
Everybody's saying punch him, yeah. Dennis has the man pinned to the floor, but isn't strong enough to keep him down. As I fall to the floor to help, the barrel of the rifle swings right in front of my face, as a reminder of how close I had come to being shot. On my knees now, I deliver a hard, stiff punch to the man's face. I don't punch someone often. Never, really. I'm not usually the brawling type. Still, it is apparently effective. The man's head snaps back hard and his grip on the gun loosens. Dennis grabs the gun and falls to the floor, clearly winded and in pain. Our attacker is immobilized, and I can feel a shift in the situation. Yet, although he is basically harmless now, I feel the need to pummel him, a desire that builds with each second I look at him. Should we stand up and step back, or keep punching him? Okay. Well, that was a quick decision.
I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. You keep hitting.
If we die.
He kept hitting the man after he was down. I'm not sure where the anger comes from. It's probably been buried under the panic and exhaustion, but it comes out in a series of punches. My fists flying as I kneel over him. My right hand smashes into his nose, drawing blood. My left clips his lower lip, busting it. "Roger," Dennis yells. "What are you doing? He's defenseless now. Somewhere in the flurry of punches, I bust open his right eyebrow. It's not until I see the multiple trails of crimson flowing and trickling down his face that I finally stop. I look to my fists as if I'd never seen them before. I'm slightly embarrassed that I was unable to stop myself. Dennis instantly hands the rifle over to me, and I take it with shaking hands. "I can't believe you stepped in between me and that gun," Dennis says. He could have killed you." "I was pretty sure he wouldn't," I say, although I had known no such thing. "Still, thanks, man. That was some heroic stuff." "You would have done the same, right?" Dennis says nothing. His eyes look to the floor. "I don't think you needed to keep hitting him like that," Dennis says, some trembling in his voice. I don't say anything. He's probably right, but it was too much of a risk. "What do we do now, boss?" Dennis asks. "We've come this far, and I want answers." I sense that Dennis does too. I walk over and pick up my hard hat off the floor. After placing it on my head, I turn towards the man. We get answers from this guy. "No answers," the man manages to whisper, his eyes fluttering. Blood is all over his head and neck from where I let loose on him. "Okay, let's move," I say, pointing the gun further down the hallway. We've come this far, and I'm not going to let this guy stop us. We walk down the hallway until we come to an end. A single elevator waits for us. Its steel sliding doors larger than a normal elevator. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yo, she was so hot for that. What the fuck?
I needed the hat back. Hat coon, please.
You know, that's pretty valid.
I think we're in the safer choice now.
Now we're armed. Before I get into the elevator with this guy, I think it's wise to learn a bit more about him. I can tell it's making him uncomfortable for me to have the gun. What's your name? I ask. Marcus. And you work here? It's clear that he doesn't want to answer, but he gives us a little nod. We're looking for the rest of our crew. Any idea where they might be? I ask. No, he says curtly, not bothering to elaborate. There's gotta be some useful info we can get out of this guy. I just need to know how to dig for it. I need a first aid kit for my friend here, I say. Where might I find one? Down on the second floor, he says. But we can't go down there. We're going down there, okay? Or what's on level 2?
I think maybe it's okay to be a little nice to him now.
Ask him, what's on level 2? What's on level 2? Everybody's curious.
He looks at me like I'm an idiot. You must be aware you're inside of a classified government facility, he says. It makes sense, but I want to doubt it. Well, I'm sure a government would want you to help save my friend, so take me to the first aid kit. I can't, he says. You don't have clearance. Hell, I barely have clearance. Then, seemingly to himself, he mutters, I make this place run. And not even a thank you, just a bunch of restricted access rooms that I'm only allowed to go into with a freaking chaperone. I interrupt his monologue. We're going to the first aid kit. I could lose my job, he says, squinting through the blood where I'd bashed him over and over. I wonder for a moment what sort of trouble I could get in for hitting a government employee, especially as hard as I did. Then again, he had come at us with a rifle. It makes me think that things have gone terribly wrong in this place. And the explosion in the woods, or whatever the hell had happened, might be linked to it all. I need to convince him to take us to the second floor, but I'm not sure if it would be more productive to threaten him or ask for sympathy.
We did just beat him up.
Everyone's saying ask. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I say, it hasn't been the best day. We're just trying to find out what's going on, to find our crew, to survive. I know that this isn't a normal situation down here. It looks like all your protocols have been blown to hell. Can't you help us out? He looks at me sternly, weighing his options. Okay, he says. Thank you, I say. With an entrusting stare, Marcus walks to the elevator door, approaching a small keypad by the doors. He punches in a numerical code on the keypad, and we can hear a slight mechanical hum behind the steel doors. After a few seconds of angry glances and frightened sneers from Marcus, the elevator arrives. Steel doors slide open with a whisper, revealing the interior.
It's exceptionally well lit and looks to be made of stainless steel. I half expect the thing to take off at the speed of light. There's another small keypad at the front right panel by the door with the options for 3 sub-level floors. Looks like this elevator doesn't go to the surface. So after we get a first aid kit for Dennis, how do we get out of here? I ask. We can't leave, Marcus says. Once the power came back on, the whole place was put on lockdown. What? I shout. Can't you override it? No. It's to prevent anything from getting out. I can't. Marcus looks as deflated as Dennis. We can't get out. We're stuck here. Dennis leans onto the corner and almost falls onto the floor. The struggle for the rifle took a lot out of him. I can see that much is in his face. Slowly, we start to move down. The hum and the grind of the car's motors fill the space. What can you do? So, are we stuck here forever?
What can you do? Because obviously I don't think it's gonna be forever. Marcus bristles at the question, but I think it's fair. I mean, he's not allowed to unlock the doors or even get medical supplies. Why keep a guy around who can't even grab a band-aid without permission? Without me, nothing would get done here, Marcus answers me. These people think they're so brilliant, but some of them can barely turn their computers on without help. The top coder in my class at MIT, and I'm stuck living underground helping idiots who don't even trust me with keys. How big is this place? Or what goes on here? Yeah, he's a coder. What goes on here?
Okay. I'm invested.
Seems like the more useful question to ask, for sure.
Yeah. I don't think anything would happen if we asked how big it is.
It's not, size doesn't matter, Layna.
Size never matters. It's what you do with it. Marcus shakes his head. You may as well shoot me, I can't tell you. Why not? It's beyond classified, and the things I know don't even cover the start of it. What does that mean? I ask, starting to get irritated. It means that even if I wanted to tell you what sort of work is done here, I don't know enough about it. How big is this place, and what's your job?
Job? How big are you? That's not the question. He's a coder, clearly, but maybe has more involvement.
Okay. Someone says one might give a clue about how many others there are, but most people are saying two.
I handle the IT work and make sure the databases are up and running. It's a 24/7 job. I haven't seen sunlight in almost a year. I wonder what staying in a place like this for that long would do to someone's mind. I was recruited, he continues. Because of the workload, no one else wants this job. But I don't really mind being by myself. No family. Plus the IT. It's some crazy shit. Crazy how, I ask. This place generates over 100 terabytes of data per day, he answers, getting the slightest bit excited before his face falls again. What happened here? Or what knocked the lights out?
Well, that's a lot of terabytes.
His skin must look like cinders. Excuse me.
I mean,
just because I don't go outside.
There's nothing wrong with that, chat.
What happened? What happened? Lights. Option 1.
Yeah, wait, what are we going with?
This seems pretty split.
I think I accidentally clicked this one. No, I didn't. Is it chat? Is it lights or is it what happened here? Did you just? I can't tell what they've decided.
11111 lights. What happened? What happened? What happened here? It looks like.
My chat is 100% for what knocked the lights out. I think 2 is more useful. Uh-oh. Pyro pups. 1 is general, 2 is specific. Alright, let's go with
That's a good argument.
Let's go with 1. Let's go with 1. Seems like some sort of power outage, Marcus says. That's all I know. There was an outage, and then what? Dennis asks weakly. Then things got weird. Things got bad. Bad how? I asked. The whole place seemed to shake when the lights went out, and I was checking the monitors, and then it happened, and everything went dead. It took no more than a minute or so before I started hearing the screams. People were being killed by something. I tried getting the security cameras going again, but they only lasted for a little bit on my backup systems, and what I saw... What? I asked, feeling a sharp fear worm its way into my guts. Well, what I saw on the screens for that little bit of time made no sense. It made me get the gun from the emergency vault. I think whatever it is, it's still down there. Hold on, I say. There's an emergency vault with a rifle in the same room as the security cameras in this place? Marcus gives a grin that looks nearly insane. There are guns locked away in every room in this place just in case, you know? Just in case of what? Or so we're still in danger here?
Oh. Something got out.
And chat saying one.
Yeah, in case of what? As he opens his mouth to answer, the elevator comes to a stop and the doors slide open. Marcus is out right away, without a word. He makes his exit and heads directly for a glassed-in room that is filled with computer monitors and high-end equipment. Dennis and I file out behind him, trying to keep up. As we do, one very alarming question runs through my head. What the hell kind of government facility keeps loaded guns and emergency vaults in every single room? End of chapter 2.
What are you guys thinking of the story? What do you feel? You
Think it's an SCP? Very SCP. Oh no, spooky. Very invested, interesting.
When's the last time you did like reading and stuff on your stream, Sinder?
Last week? Maybe a week before that, 2 weeks ago. I did some ASMR roleplay.
Oh my god. How do you even, like, what do you mean? Can you give me like a 10-second example?
I usually like read scripts because I'm a hot mess unscripted. I get flustered if I'm not focused on like reading something, and if I'm looking at chat and their reactions, I'm good.
Oh.
I can't. Yeah,
Oh.
so that's how I stay focused.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay,
Mm.
how are you feeling? Do you want one more? You
Oh,
want to
hell
stop?
yeah.
Wait, yeah?
Don't. No, don't stop, Layna.
Okay, I'll keep going. Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Aw, a lot of people like Dennis. Layna, that's on you. That's on you, girl.
Listen, I think that was a fair play. Okay? I think he cooperated after that.
Yeah, now he knows we mean business. So you know what? Kudos to you, girl.
Thanks. This is you, right?
I ended the last one.
When's the last time you did like a really long one?
I can take this.
Yeah, take it.
We follow Marcus into what I can only describe as a control room of sorts. There are countless computer screens, some of which are obviously coming back on from having been shut off. Everything looks extremely complicated, from screens filled with code and data to what is obviously a security system. It reminds me of a miniaturized version of the operations center in just about every space travel movie I've ever seen. Marcus is running from one screen to another, apparently looking for some pertinent bit of information. Where's the first aid kit? I snap at him. Marcus stops in his tracks, as if he's forgotten the whole reason for bringing us down here. Oh yeah, he says, rushing to the left side of the room. There, he hunkers down by an open panel in the wall, what I assume is the emergency vault from where he got the rifle. Look at the computer monitors, or peer into the open vault.
I'd look into the vault. I feel like we can look at the computer monitors at any time.
Yeah, plus Dennis is not doing so great.
I peer over Marcus's shoulder into the vault he's opened. It's much larger than it looks from the outside. It's partially filled with file folders marked classified, a few rounds of ammo for the rifle, a peculiar plastic kit filled with syringes in a locked black box. As Marcus digs around, one of the folders slips open. For the split second it's open, I see a scanned document and a color photo. The photo shows a male corpse with its guts on the outside of its body, as if it has been turned inside out. There's also massive swelling on his head, almost like his skull is about to explode. Marcus slaps the folder closed, and then I turn my attention to one of the syringes. It's filled with a violet-colored fluid that, while rather pretty in color, looks deadly. Marcus finally pulls out the first aid kit and turns around. When I look back to motion Dennis over, he's paler than ever. Come on, I tell him, but he's not moving from the place on the floor where he sits against the wall. I slide the first aid kit over to him and go scrambling to his side. Between the struggle for the rifle upstairs and arriving in this room, he's faded fast. I struggle to lift his shirt up and then over his shoulders as the dried blood holds it in place. The mere act causes him to grimace. This might hurt a little, I tell Dennis. He only nods. He doesn't seem to care. Pull shirt off gently or rip shirt off quickly.
Dennis, no. Rip, we can use the shreds for a bandage. Rip it off quick. Quick, rip, Dennis. Oh, I hope not.
Yeah, my chat's saying rip it.
Yeah. Let's do it.
But that shirt might be the only thing holding him together.
You decided to rip off Dennis's shirt quickly. Figuring that old term, rip off like a band-aid metaphor applies here, I tear the shirt off of him quickly. Plus, I don't feel like we exactly have a lot of time. Dennis lets out a scream of pain and fury. What the hell, man? Sorry, I say, casting the bloody shirt aside for the moment. Wincing in pain, he leans back against the wall and takes a series of deep breaths. His wound is more visible now, although it's partially hidden by the blood that has started to clot around it. My medical knowledge is slim, basically just a bunch of basics I learned in Boy Scouts. I look over to Marcus hopefully and ask, "Do you have any training?" "Zero," he says. "Sorry." It's just as well, I guess. He's far too concerned with what's happening on the monitors to be much of help anyway. I start by taking out the several rolls of gauze within the kit and wipe as much blood as I can away from the wound on his side. It's even worse than I had figured from the start. The gash is deep and dark. I'm pretty sure it's infected too. He's gonna need stitches, that's for sure. But I have no idea how to even start that. Besides, I don't see the tools for it in the kit. When I splash rubbing alcohol over the wound, he responds with a hoarse yelp of surprise, but nothing more. His eyes are locked on me and he looks appreciative, but he's also scared. "Be honest," Dennis says hopefully. "How bad does it look? You think I'll live?" "It looks really bad, Dennis, or you'll be fine, no problem."
Do we tell him the truth, or do we keep telling him everything is fine?
Honest. Honest, you'll be fine, don't lie, tell him. Looks bad. reassure him or tell the truth?
Yeah, maybe keeping him calm might help from panicking.
Should I make false promises? This one is really tough.
My chat
He's
is
strong,
saying
he won't panic.
to lie, and your chat is saying to tell the truth.
Well, my chat's a little bit of both, really. Gotta keep him chill. He doesn't seem like the guy who would panic.
Seems like most of the time when I'm like seeing medical stuff on shows or even in person, they'll tell you what's going on exactly, but in a very calm manner. So they usually tell you the truth.
Right. Best not to cause panic. Higher heart rate could make him bleed out faster. But you think he'll be fine with the truth? He won't panic, he'll say his last words. Oh. I personally, if I was in this scenario, I would want the truth and I would be honest.
Oh, that's me. You told Dennis the truth. Well, don't sugarcoat it, Dennis says. He looks defeated, but not really surprised. I keep quiet because I feel like I've already said enough. He rests his head against the wall and closes his eyes as I finish up. I place one layer of gauze against the wound and bind it with medical tape. I then reinforce it with a second layer. I know it's meager, but it's all I can do. Shit, Dennis says. I'm a goner. This was a waste of time. His whole body deflates as he says this. Maybe I should have been a little more encouraging, but I didn't see the point in lying to him. I look back to Marcus, and he is looking back at us deep in thought. Are these first aid kits all you have in this facility? I ask him. If there's something better, I don't know about it, he says. I notice then that his defensive posture is no longer there. Something is different now. Just a slight change to his demeanor. He's seen something on those monitors that has him frightened, more than he already was before. What is it? I ask. What's wrong? His eyes travel around the room, and it's obvious that he's trying to decide whether or not to tell me the truth. Come on, spit it out, or get up and look at the monitors.
What did he see? Just get up and look at the monitors. Go look. Rather than wait for him, I get up and scan the screens behind him, seeing if I can find any clues I had missed moments ago. After a few moments, I see a few things that even I can comprehend hidden in the complex information on most of the screens. On one screen, I see what looks like a power meter that is slowly climbing upwards. A single message is flashing beneath it. It reads, "Unexpected power failure. Foreign entity." Another message trickling along the bottom of a black screen says, "Safety locks on. Level 3 containment doors engaged. Override." I see still scenes on a few other screens that I assume are security cameras showing hallways and passages from elsewhere in the facility. One of them shows the first level hallway we were on just a few minutes ago. Another shows a hallway I don't recognize. The floor is covered in blood. From just off the screen, I see what I think might be a human body, but it's bent in an impossible way. It looks like the body's legs and torso have somehow been merged or melted into the floor.
Oh.
What's wrong with the systems? Or what happened to that person there?
I think that's an obvious answer. Why would you ask what happened to the systems, right? Like, what hey, that body right there? Hey, that guy, what happened?
Yo, what's up with his legs?
What that leg doing? I have no idea. I didn't see it, he says. Whatever happened to that guy must have happened in the last minute or so. What the hell? I ask. There's something still happening? Are we still in danger? He turns away, clearly fearing he has already said too much. And as bad as that is, there's a scene on another monitor that makes my blood go cold and my fear spike to levels somewhere near terror. The scene is very familiar. It's a logging site. The equipment is unmistakably mine. I can even see my truck. Something like fury starts to rise up in my guts, momentarily pushing aside the fear. For a moment, I consider just tearing into him. A few punches and a shove against the wall, nothing more. I want answers and I want them now. But I'm not sure which would provide more answers, asking calmly or kicking his ass. Oh, my chat is undeniably saying too.
Me too. Could you please explain to me why you've been spying on my crew? My anger is prodding at me and I have to hold it back in again. It's near the surface, demanding a release. It was part of my job. Mine and a few others. Your crew has been watched ever since you set up your equipment. Why? Because you were working with heavy equipment, some of which digs into the ground, less than a mile from a secret government facility. I had no idea of that, I say. How could I have known? Marcus gives me that same crooked, trembling smile that is beginning to creep me out. Because those things would draw attention to this place, he says. You have no idea how secretive this facility is. Besides, I know that the higher-ups looked into it. Your site isn't on government land. It's shy by about 300 yards. Every piece of your equipment is on private property. The timber tract you purchased from Mr. Gladstone 2 months ago. So even if we wanted to intervene and keep your crew away, we couldn't have without stirring up a fuss. The fact that someone with such a low-level clearance knows this much about my logging crew is unnerving. If you've been watching us, why didn't you recognize us when we met in the hallway? I ask. He shakes his head and exhales like it's obvious. The cameras have a bird's eye view. I can't see faces. We just track bodies and names. So where the hell is my crew? Or ask calmly.
I think we should keep on the calm track.
We started calm, so we should stay level-headed.
So, since you have all this surveillance, do you know where the rest of my crew is? I do my best to keep my voice level, even though my impulse is to shout. Well, Marcus says, all of you were on the site as usual before the incident. It had been a few hours since I had checked, though. They might have come near the facility, or maybe not. I don't know. He says this casually, like it's not important. Well, are they inside the facility? I ask. You have cameras everywhere, right? Do you see them? Marcus shakes his head. I've been looking all over, and I haven't seen your crew. They aren't here. But, he adds, the lower levels don't have any cameras. Classified. I'm not sure how they would have gotten there, but it's a possibility. I'm still shocked that we were being watched. Do they know everything about us? I'm telling you, Marcus said, the depth of influence in this facility goes deep. There are 36 employees down here. Outside of those employees, only 5 other people know this place exists. What the hell goes on here? Asked calmly.
So now I know how big, well, maybe not how big the facility is, but how many people are here. Yeah, chat's saying we should stay calm. What do all these people do here? I ask, keeping my voice level. He doesn't even pause to consider if he should go any further. He actually laughs when he gives me the answer. I honestly don't know everything. Probably very little, but what I do know is that it is more than black ops. What does that mean? I ask. There are scientists here who have been disowned by their own governments because of the nature of their work. You get it now? I don't, not at all. But I don't want him to know about that. You said there are 36 employees, I say. Where are they now? He shakes his head. As far as I know, everyone else is gone. Gone where? He points to the screen that still informs us of the unexpected power failure and cringes. If this power failure was not corrected in time, there's no telling. But they're here in the facility somewhere, right? I ask, hoping someone will be able to help Dennis better than I can. I just don't know, Marcus says. They could be anywhere. Look, I say, furious with the way he's talking in riddles. I don't... Ah, God, Dennis says. I look over to him and he looks pale as a ghost. He stood up and his eyes are locked on the monitor closest to him. What? I ask. He simply points to the monitor and then looks away. I look to the monitor and see the logging site, but more specifically, I see the overturned dozer and the legs sticking out from under it, wearing work boots, right where I left him. Tony. The fact of his death seems abstract almost, like it happened in some other world or a very long time ago. I know that you already told me he was gone, Dennis whispers, but it's different actually seeing him. My God. Suddenly something blazes by the open door outside. The shape is vast and in shadow, but I'm pretty sure it's a person. Someone else is here, Marcus says, wheeling around. He sounds very happy to discover this, so I try to follow his lead. If something bad happened at this facility, then surely the sight of another survivor is a good thing, right? We should check it out, he says. I realize this isn't the best moment to leave Dennis after revisiting Tony's death all over again. Someone just ran by the door, I tell him. Hopefully it's someone who can help us. You gonna be okay? Or we'll be right back. I don't know. He's probably gonna be like, yeah, I'm fine, and then he's gonna die.
No, I'd say, are you going to be okay? I wouldn't leave him. I wouldn't leave him. One.
I don't wanna leave him.
Everyone's saying one.
Yeah.
It's fine. Go see who it is, he says, giving me a mock thumbs up. I turn to Marcus and motion for us to... Oh my God. The illusion of choice. I turn to Marcus and motion for us to head out to investigate. Let's be careful, Marcus says. Depending on who it is, they might not be as hesitant to shoot a stranger as I was. I nod at him and I head for the door. I'm still holding the rifle in my hand and I don't know if I have the guts to actually use it if needed. With a final look back at Dennis, I run out into the second level hallway. Ooh, this music.
Marcus follows. There is still fear in his eyes, but also the slightest glimmer of hope. That hope is contagious. We take off after the figure that just ran past the command center. Ahead of us, the facility presents yet another long hallway. Right away, I notice that this level of the facility seems darker, even though the lights are all now on. The hallway is adorned with numbered yellow doorways and large white panels along the walls. It's clean and well maintained, but there's something ominous about it. Up ahead, I see the fleeting motion of something dark cutting quickly to the left, down a corridor. There, I say quietly, pointing up ahead. Marcus gives a nod, and we continue chasing after the person we saw blaze by the command center just moments ago. It then occurs to me that this person could be like Marcus was at first, armed and scared. Shout at them, or move towards them slowly. Two. Be slow, slow, shout.
A lot of people are saying two. Okay, let's move slowly. When we reach the intersection in the hall where I'd seen the shadow moving, I ease around the corner just in case. Sure, I have the rifle in my hands, but I don't want to use it unless I have to. I quickly dart around the corner and take the same shooting stance I've seen countless times on TV. There's a woman standing there about 10 feet away. She has reddish blonde hair and a small mousy build. She looks terrified and is visibly shaking. She's probably in her late 30s, wearing a lab coat with dark jeans and green Converse low tops. I have a strange sense that her fear is not just about her sudden appearance. She looks like a woman who's been running scared for a while now. Her hands are raised in surrender. She's not holding a weapon. Marcus slowly approaches, taking a few steps ahead of me. "It's Amy, right?" he asks. She blinks, seemingly surprised that he knows her name. "Yes," she says. "And your mark?" "Marcus." She nods absently and then looks to my rifle. I think this is an obvious one, right, chat?
Now, how do I know that? She asks. You're trespassing on government property in the midst of a huge catastrophic event, and you have a rifle. How am I supposed to believe you? I have a friend back in the command center who needs medical attention, I say, and we're looking for the rest of our crew. I'm really sorry, but I don't know where they are, she says. Do you know what's happened? Marcus asks. From the power outage? I don't know what caused it, she says, but there was an experiment taking place when the outage occurred. Something happened and... She trails off here, giving me a look of distrust. I saw things on the security monitors, Marcus says. The experiment failed, didn't it? I don't know the specifics, Amy says. I barely escaped the third floor. I was going to go to the command center to see if the security footage showed anything, but then I saw you and the gun. Listening to their conversation, I'm feeling totally in the dark. What experiments? Or what has you so scared?
Well, these are both two valid questions.
Well, I feel like if we ask about the experiment, it's going to be like too complicated for them to want to explain.
Yeah, my chat's saying too.
Yeah.
Amy looks to me, her eyes wide and terrified. "Who are you, anyway?" she asks. I quickly give her my story, a logger stranded in the woods following a peculiar explosion at the logging site. As I tell her, recognition blooms in her eyes. "You're one of the loggers?" "Yes." She then looks to Marcus and says, "I thought they were being watched." "They were," Marcus says. "This was a freak accident and there's no proof that they were responsible." I feel myself wanting to submit to all of the questions that are piling up in my head, but Dennis is waiting for me. "I think we should ask about medical help, but we can also ask for details."
That seems like the more pressing matter right now.
Yes.
I decide that despite my curiosity, I need to get Dennis help as soon as humanly possible. Look, is there any medical help to be had here or not? I ask. Probably, Amy says. But you'd have to find Colonel Barksdale. He knows where all of those sorts of supplies are. And where is he? Where is everyone else? I ask. At this, Amy starts to weep. She falls to her knees as if someone had struck her from behind. "God," she says. "Some were killed, and some were just... I don't know. They disappeared right in front of me. What the hell is going on here? Or disappeared?"
I want to know what disappeared means. What do you mean disappeared? What does that mean, Amy?
Well, she's probably gonna be like, "I don't know. They just disappeared."
I don't know. I don't know where they go. Okay, chat's switching from 2 to 1.
Oh? Two seems more like a calm answer.
Okay, going back to 2.
One we need to know. Don't think she'll answer the first one. She seems too hysterical.
Okay. I'm gonna
I
click
love how you
2.
guys are getting so into this.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised.
Alright, let's go with 2 then.
Yes, she answers. They were here 1 second and gone the next. Just. She snaps her fingers together for effect. Gone. Something's here with us, Amy says. We were conducting an experiment and it all went horribly wrong. Something came through. Came through what? Marcus asks. I don't even know that much. An entity? But whatever it is, it's still here somewhere, Amy responds. How could you not know? Don't you all have full security access? I ask. No, I have access to almost everything, but there are 2 levels of security beyond my clearance. So, what do you suggest we do now? I ask. I'm not sure, she says, wiping her tears away. But if you want to find your crew, we need to find Barksdale. He's in charge. Where is he? I ask. Down the 3rd level in the hangar. Then let's go, I say. It's not that easy, Amy says, again looking into the rifle in my hands. Why not? Like I said, something came through when the power went out. There's several of them, all roaming around the 3rd level. What came through? Doesn't matter, let's move.
So scary.
A lot of people are saying what?
Yeah. We have to make sure we know what we're getting into. All I know is that the others referred to them as entities. Amy shudders as she recalls the horror she'd seen. I don't even know how to describe them. I didn't get a good look, she says. All I did was run for my life. Behind me, I just heard screams. I know it's not very scientific of me, but I didn't feel like sticking around to learn more. She's right, Marcus says, stopping my train of thought. The things I saw on the monitors. It was crazy. This is insane, I bark. I'm going to the 3rd level to find this Barksdale guy. Thanks for your help. Wait, Marcus said. I'm sticking with you. If we want to get out of here, we have to find Barksdale, right? Yes, Amy says. But Barksdale's on the 3rd floor, and it's too dangerous to go back there. I figure I'll let them make their own decisions. In the meantime, I start heading back to the command center to get Dennis. Before I get there, I hear their footfalls behind me, getting closer. I give Amy a questioning look, and she quickly looks away, clearly torn. Neither one of you know your way around here, she says. Looking for Barksdale on your own would be suicide. Like it or not, she has a point. Fine, I say. Then let's get Dennis from the command center and head down together.
Oh boy, Dennis. I hope you're okay.
Dennis is my favorite character.
Me too. We enter the command center. I'm happy to see that Dennis has regained some of his color. Yes! We're going to get you some help, I tell him. And then we're going to find our crew and get the hell out of here. More help would be great, he says. But the way you ripped off my shirt earlier, I'm not letting you touch me again. Wait, Amy says. Maybe one of us should stay here with him. I'll be okay, Dennis says. He stands to his feet with a grunt. You don't know what's out there, Amy says. I saw them. I saw what they can do. This facility is not safe. What can they do, and are there any of them on this floor? Okay, that's assault.
Chat. Lots of ones. Couple twos. Mostly ones on my end.
Mostly twos on my end. Now they're turning to 1?
Vote 1 because there's no way she knows exactly where they are. That is a good point.
Okay.
Never mind. she says. Come on, we just need to be careful. Your choices don't matter. Marcus looks a little hesitant, but he nods his agreement, and the four of us exit the command center. Heading back out into the hallway, I look back to the monitors. I take a final look at the screen that shows my wrecked logging site and feel a pang of sorrow. Then I look to the other monitors, showing live feeds of the facility's security cameras. I try to tell myself that I'm not looking for any sign of Amy's creatures, but I can't. That's exactly what I'm doing. And there's no need to pretend otherwise. We head back through the hall towards the elevator. The tension exists between us like a physical presence.
Oh. I was like longing on that last sentence. Like, is that sexual tension or like what is that? And then I zoned out.
I mean,
sorry.
Pay attention, we gotta save Dennis.
We step inside the elevator and those pristine doors close. Inside the elevator, Amy seems to become much more guarded and distant from us. I want to assure her that I mean her no harm, but I'm also not going to put the rifle down. So, you have pretty high clearance in this place, right? I ask her. That's right. So what kind of experiment are we talking about? What went wrong? When she starts to answer my question, I can tell that it's something of relief for her to get some of it off her chest. There's been a lot of work on a project taking place here over the last 3 years or so. The purpose is to find out if there's any real viable science behind point-to-point instantiate Sinder?
Yeah, you got it.
Did I really?
Instantation, yeah.
Yay! Like teleporting? I ask. Oh my god, Marcus says. I had no idea. I knew there was some weird stuff here, but nothing this insane. It's really not all that insane, Amy says. We found our first major breakthrough about 9 months ago. We were able to transport a live rat from its cage on level 3 to a small lab in New Mexico. The trip took the rat 5 seconds. Are you kidding me? Dennis says. I can tell that he wants to sound as if he's mocking the idea, but he fails. He is scared. Not at all, Amy says. The problem was that when the rat arrived, its retinas were detached and its intestines were on the outside of its body. What does this have to do with us now, and did you ever perfect it?
Looks like all one so far. Well, about 6 months ago, we successfully made that same experiment. The rat arrived in great health, and this time, in just 3 seconds. Still, one of the things that we needed to tweak in order to make the process completely safe was how to figure out how to keep the subject on a straight course. When the matter is being transported, not only are its atoms being unkit and then put back together upon arrival, unkit or transported? A lot of ones.
Yes, deconstructed and translated through space. It's the only way we know how to do it right now. But the issue, as I said, comes in keeping the deconstructed subject on a straight course to its destination. When the process occurs, we are deforming space-time. We're creating a shortcut through space, and that has risks. Why exactly? Dennis asks. Because there are many more dimensions in space than the 3 we exist on, she explains. There's some evidence that there are as many as 10. So when you send the rat to New Mexico, it's traveling through another dimension to get here? I ask. Basically. And because of that, we are trying to get a better understanding of what those other dimensions are capable of. Things that a great deal of the population would be scared of if they knew what we were doing, hence all the privacy. Then today, The power went out as we were right in the middle of an experiment and something happened. What? I don't know. She's speaking with the authority of someone who knows what she's talking about. Is that why those creatures are here, or what have you seen in those dimensions? My chat saying too.
Me too. You guys are curious about the dimension. Other worlds, other tag-mark universes, where our laws of nature don't apply, she says, not bothering to explain what that means. I'm not cleared for such things, but I do get the reports. What reports? Marcus asks. I'm given access to the results of the tests. In other words, Marcus replies, clearly upset, you guys have been peeking into other dimensions and taking notes on what you see. I can't believe I've wasted my life for this, he murmurs to himself. He looks like he's starting to freak out. Amy is quiet. Her expression indicates that she's waiting to see how I react to all this. You people are insane, or that's incredible.
Lots of ones and twos. Oh, my chat's saying lots of twos.
Lots of twos here.
Looks like two. You were impressed by Amy's work. So this is like interdimensional stuff, I ask. In a way, Amy answers. Marcus, on the other hand, is incredulous. I don't want anything to do with this, he says. All this time I've been working for... He laughs cruelly, and the sound of it makes my blood go cold for a moment. Just a single level beneath my feet, you assholes have been tearing apart space and time, Marcus continues. When the elevator doors open, I can't get out fast enough. The tension is growing way too thick for my liking. Outside of the elevator, we step out into what appears to be a massive industrial area. The carnage waiting for us is unlike anything I'd seen in the upper levels.
The area looks industrial, like everything was built for utility only. But more noticeable than that is all of the blood. My God, I've never seen so much blood. Those creatures must have had a field day. Holy shit, Marcus says, looking like a man that just awoke from a very bad dream. There were more personnel in this area when the experiment went haywire, Amy says, as if the explanation makes it all better. The research you all do down here had better be worth it, I say. We have to get moving, or we're gonna lose our nerve. Amy, let's focus. Barksdale's in the hangar, I ask. If he's still alive, yes. That's where he'll be. Then let's hurry, I say. As far as I can tell, Dennis is doing much better, but I'm beginning to grow tired of trying to keep my fear at bay. Between the blood on the floor, the silence of level 3, and Amy's talk of the lab rats, I'm getting freaked out. Amy, you take the lead, or I'll go first. Stay behind me.
Amy, go ahead. Literally, take your time. I'll stand behind you.
Literally, we don't know where we're going.
Yeah. My chat saying one.
Mostly ones here.
Alright, have fun, Amy. You got this. The four of us start walking ahead, Amy taking the lead. We stop walking when we come to the remains of what looks to be 3 different people. It's hard to tell how many bodies there were because they've been torn to shreds and are disoriented. 2 of the bodies look as if they've been fused together. Another man looks to have had his leg welded through the floor. I can see this man's face. He died in an abject state of horror, his mouth pried open in an eternal scream. Investigate the bodies or keep moving?
Do we have time to be curious? Lots of two. It's simply too much. Worse than that is the fact that we've just started our journey through level 3. If there's worse waiting up ahead, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it. Dennis steps up beside me, and when he speaks, his voice is soft and flat. What in the hell could do that to someone? He asks. The things I saw, Amy answers. They could do it pretty easily, I think. She looks pale, and I think that she may pass out at any moment. Tears spill from her eyes, and she's visibly shaking. But she soldiers on, looking back to me and stepping to the side of our gruesome carnage. Her eyes again go to my rifle, and she doesn't look very hopeful. You good to go? She asks me. We need to move on, but for some reason, I can't take my eyes off the scene. My mind is reeling, trying to process it all. Yeah, let's go, or let's look around some more.
I mean, me personally, I would definitely look around and take all the time in the world to look at these amazingly fused together bodies, but maybe now is not the time.
We don't know what else we could find. We also don't know what other creatures we'll be finding. A lot of ones here.
Oh, it looks like no one wants to stay. I suppose. We leave the grisly site behind, moving into another equally destroyed area. From what I can tell, the next room was once an open area for experimentation. The place hasn't just been destroyed, it's been physically altered in a way that makes no sense. The girders look to have been warped, the very materials distorted and twisted. To my right, a machine has been catapulted and looks to have somehow merged with the wall rather than crashing into it. Beyond these phenomena, there is the standard violence I was expecting to see. There is a limp arm sticking out from underneath the wreckage, and more blood. I see no signs of an explosion, which makes me wonder just how this happened. Seeing the aftermath is sickening enough, but it makes me wonder if Amy saw it while it was happening. Did you see what happened to these girders? Did you see how these people died? Is that how you pronounce it, Sinder? Is it girder?
Yeah,
Gyre?
girder?
Okay, what a weird fucking word. They're both valid.
Many tubes. Yeah, did you see how those people died? I only caught a glimpse of it, she says, taking a deep breath. I was closest to the exit, so I just started running. But it was like trying to focus your eye on something that was too close. People's bodies just started twisting and turning. And the thing that did this, it looked like... She doesn't finish. She's cut off by some sound echoing through the facility. It comes from behind us and slightly to the right. I'm not sure what it is, but it makes my blood feel like ice. It sounds almost like static from an AM radio, but there is a high-pitched noise beneath it that I can't even start to fathom. What in the hell is that, I ask, instantly clapping my hands to my ears. One of them, Amy says, her voice in a whisper. One of the creatures. That's what they sound like? Dennis asks. I can see that he's leaning against the wall again, wincing at the noise. I suddenly realize that I have a death grip on the rifle, ready to shoot at the next thing I see. How far away you think they are, or anything between us and them? Why is running not an option?
Yeah, and how would they know how far away they are? Lots of tubes.
If I need to shoot, am I gonna shoot anything else?
Not really, she says. None of the hallways are blocked off by secure doors. Everyone seems to take this as the cue to start moving again. We make our way around the office wreckage, now with new purpose in our step. We barely make it to the other side of the room, approaching a dark hallway, when another high-pitched noise sounds out. This one is louder, closer. We all share a terrified look, and I can tell that Amy's on the verge of losing it. I grip the rifle tightly as we head towards the hallway in front of us. How much further to the hangar? Can you kill these things?
I don't think she's gonna know the answer to that question.
I think it's safe to ask how close we are so we have an understanding of how much further. Like, are we close?
I agree. Close, she says. It's just at the end of this hallway. Dennis speaks up, his voice like ice. Why don't we just haul ass then, huh? No one says anything after that, but I can feel the presence of terror around us, pressing in on us like some new violent gravity. Ooh, look at that drip.
Oh, that's me. Sorry. The small utility hallway is well lit. It looks as if it was designed to only be used by select maintenance workers. What goes on in this area? I ask. I'm looking at Marcus as I ask the question, but only he shrugs in response. She might know, he replies, pointing to Amy. I've never been down here before. It's just a utility hallway, Amy says, but at the end there's a maintenance room. There should be a gun or two in there. It's also the most direct path to the hangar entrance. As we walk quickly and quietly down the hall, I take a glimpse ahead and feel the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. The lights become more sparsely spaced, and it is impossible to see just how far the hall extends into the darkness. This hallway has the occasional trace of bloodshed, but nothing like the main area we've come from. We continue farther down, and just as I begin to see what looks like a large metal door further ahead, I hear yet another shrill sound. This one sounds farther away, but no less demonic. How many of these things did you see? Dennis asks Amy. 3, but that's just what I saw. There could be more. What did they look like? Dennis asks. Can we talk about something else? Or yeah, what are we dealing with?
Why would we want to talk about something else? Yeah, everybody wants to know what we're dealing with here. I don't even know how to explain them, she says. Monsters. That's the only word I can think of. My mind seemed to struggle just trying to understand what I was seeing. They're big and they seem to jerk around every few feet or so. They look like they're made of light. That's about all I know for sure. You know, my ex-husband always said I'd let my work kill me, she continues, seemingly unable to stop herself. I mean, I doubt he imagined this exact scenario, but still. As we make our way to the hangar doors, another high-pitched noise rings out, angrier now. Amy stops walking, causing all of us to stop and turn to her. We have to do something to slow these things down, she says. No, Marcus snaps. There's no time. We need to distance ourselves and get to the hangar, fast. Amy ignores him, deep in thought. There's an old hydraulic door set into the wall right here, she says. It hasn't been used for years, though. She looks to me, pleading her case. Together, we might be able to pull it closed behind us to keep those things back. Those old hydraulic doors weigh a ton, Marcus says. There's no way it'll work. Roger, Amy says. What do you think? They'll have a harder time getting to us if these doors are locked. Look, Marcus shouts, turning to me. We need to get to the hangar, now. Let's stop and close the doors first, or let's keep moving to the hangar.
What would you do?
Well, considering these beings supposedly can alter, like, laws of reality, who's to say that they can't just, like,
go through the doors.
phase through doors and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. That's very fair. But I wonder if they it takes some sort of energy or something to get through the doors. I don't know if that actually stopped them. Like, no one really knows.
Right. I mean, it might slow them down a little bit depending on how they operate, but I don't know. Even so, is the hangar really all that safe?
I mean, also the doors might make a lot of noise and alert them.
That's also a really good point.
Thank you, Gray.
Two, because we have somebody injured.
You decided to leave the doors open and run. No, I say to the group. With all the carnage back there, I doubt we could stop them. That's what I'm saying, Marcus agrees. Let's haul ass. Amy tries to speak up, but the rest of us are already running down the hallway. I speed towards the hangar doors, not even looking back to see how far Amy has fallen behind us. Panic and hope are fighting within me, and I can't stop myself from sprinting. The fact that yet another shrill noise sounds out elsewhere in the facility is not calming, and then there are two of them. It's almost like they're calling out to one another. The doors to the hangar sit up ahead like the entrance to some enormous labyrinth.
When we reach the hangar doors, I get a true sense of how impenetrable they are. A computer terminal is mounted on the wall nearby and has a blinking red light. Any idea what this means? I ask. It's an automatic lock. A failsafe from the lockdown, says Amy. I've never been down here before, Marcus says. If I had known this door was here, I would have opened it earlier. How? Amy asks. The fear in her voice is more present than ever. From the command center, he says. You need to override it from there first, then use this terminal to open the hangar doors. The command center on the second floor, I ask. Yeah. Amy shakes her head and lets out a nervous laugh. Do you hear those things? She asks. There is no way in hell I'm going back towards them through that small hallway. If we want to get into the hangar, we have to get back to the command center, Marcus says. Isn't there another way? Turning to Marcus, Amy replies, well, there is another elevator, but we'll need to go through biochem storage. I need to stay with Dennis so he can rest, I say. You two go. You know your way around this place, and you know the controls, Marcus. Fine, Marcus says, but we'll need to be armed. Give Amy the gun, or give Marcus the gun?
Well, Marcus already knows how to use a gun. I would give it to Marcus.
Really, though?
Well,
I feel like Amy is a little too panicked.
Yes.
To have the gun. Marcus was still a little crazy when he had the gun, but I would still trust Marcus over Amy at this point based on how they're behaving. Yeah, he does seem more level-headed.
You give Marcus the gun. I hand Marcus the rifle and he turns to go. Amy gives me a concerned look but follows along behind him. Once Amy and Marcus make it a good distance down the hallway, Dennis lets out a nervous laugh. And then there were two, he says. Dennis looks much better, but he still needs to use the wall to stay standing. Didn't Amy say that there were guns and emergency kits in the maintenance room near the hangar doors, I ask? Yeah, I think so, Dennis says, looking exhausted. I look ahead and see a door to the right that reads maintenance. Might as well give it a try. I go to the door, try to open it, and find out it's locked. Kick it down or push with your shoulder. I don't think we want to make much noise, do we, chat?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Kicking sounds like a lot of noise. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Looks like everybody's going with two. I give it a hard shove, but it doesn't budge. I'm about to try again, but that's when I hear the dry, choking sound from just down the hallway. It's barely audible, but it's not my imagination. My first thought is that it's one of the things, one of the monsters. But after calming my nerves and reassessing, it sounds more like a person. I think about how angry and on edge Amy was when she turned to leave, as well as how scared Marcus had looked. Alarm bells sound in my head, and before I know it, I'm heading back down the hall, away from the hangar doors. Stay here, I'll be right back. I whisper over my shoulder to Dennis. See if you can figure out how to get into the maintenance room. Where are you going? He asks. I don't bother answering him as I bound through the door where Amy and Marcus went.
As I enter the biochem room and start walking between the massive silos, I wonder what classified chemicals could be inside of them. I am fully expecting one of Amy's creatures to come flying out of the intersection of holes up ahead. I think I hear something, a skittering noise, like something moving quickly. I run ahead so fast that I almost trip over two people in a life or death struggle. My mind tries to process what I'm seeing, but it makes no sense. None at all. Marcus is on the floor with Amy pinned beneath him. He has his rifle at her throat, pushing her down to the floor and choking her with it. Her face is turning purple and her eyes look like they might pop out of her head. Marcus sees me coming out of the hallway but acts as if what he's doing is perfectly normal. What the hell are you doing? Or stop him. Looks like your chat and my chat are in agreement.
I start rushing towards him before I really know what I'm doing. I bring my fist down in a hard arc across the bridge of his nose, and I'm rewarded with a sick, cracking sound. He cries out as he falls to the ground, looking at me as if he doesn't understand why I punched him. On the floor, Amy clutches at her neck and gasps for breath. I start to fear that I was a moment too late, just as I see that the rifle has been thrown across the floor. Marcus seems to notice this at the exact same moment that I do. Go for the rifle or hit Marcus?
I would personally say go for the rifle because we actually don't know what's happened. Maybe she did some fucked up shit. Maybe she's a monster. Maybe she said some sort of truth that he knows is wrong, especially due to the expression on his face when we hit him. Right, both of you guys are smart.
It's better for us to have the weapon.
We both go for the rifle at once. He takes a single stumbling step towards it, wobbling a bit from my punch. I dive for it, and when I hit the floor, it feels like I'm a baseball player trying to steal third. Our hands both fall on it, but when I yank it away, he manages to kick me, knocking the rifle to the floor again. The kick catches me squarely in my ribs, knocking the breath out of me. What the hell are you doing? He yells at me. By killing her, I'm saving us. All of this was her fault. I sense that he truly believes this, but if that's the case, then why not just shoot her rather than strangle her with the rifle? The answer is simple. We would have heard the gunshot, and I, or those things, would have come running. He wanted to kill her quietly. And then what? What would he have? Would he have done the same to Dennis and me? It seems fitting, really. When we first came upon Marcus, he'd held a gun on us. I'd been so relieved to see another human that I had underestimated just how unhinged he was. Marcus and I both dive for the rifle, still laying on the floor, and start to wrestle for possession, but I'm not confident I will come away with it. As we struggle, he starts inching the muzzle of the gun towards my face, a position I do not want to be in. I start pushing back hard. But if this thing accidentally fires, I'm not sure where I'd prefer the bullet to go, especially in this room full of chemical tanks. Force the muzzle towards Marcus or force the muzzle towards the tanks. I don't know what's in the tanks, but Marcus is also
if it does go off,
we're screwed.
And hits Marcus, we have no way of opening any kind of doors.
Yeah. Oh, everyone's saying one.
Marcus has lost it and the tanks could be dangerous. Biochem, you don't know what it could be. 2 for superpowers.
I'm still seeing a lot of ones.
Yeah, looks like everybody wants to point the gun at Marcus. I grunt as I push the muzzle to point toward his face. Realizing he's literally looking down the barrel of a gun, Marcus ducks his head out of the way. This makes him lose leverage, allowing me to yank the gun from his grip. I get to my feet as quickly as I can, swinging the rifle back around on him. For a moment, I think I've knocked him out, but his eyes flutter and he looks at me as if I've betrayed him. Her people, he says. It was them that did this. She deserves to die. She did this. I look to Amy and wish I could help her. I'm relieved to see that she's managing to draw in a few breaths. Her legs move as she tries to push herself into a sitting position. You wouldn't know, Marcus says. You didn't work here under their secrecy. You don't know what it's like to... He surprises me by lunging towards me, leaping from the floor like a human projectile. I don't have time to aim carefully. I have to react fast. Shoot him or try to dodge.
We should probably stay quiet, chat. Or we can shoot him.
Dodge chant? Let him knock himself out?
His aim is poor and his strength is failing, so I dodge him easily. I don't want to have a gunshot go off and alert those creatures to where we are. Make a hard jab of the butt of the rifle, striking him in his chest. Something crunches and he lets out a whoosh of air. He crumples for a moment, then to his knees. He roars in pain on the floor only after a few moments. I realize that they are not purely screams of pain. The bastard is calling for them, calling for those creatures to come for us. This place is evil, along with everyone involved. He wails from the floor. If you are taking her side, then you deserve to die too. If you want to stop me, you better do it now, you coward. The rage in his eyes at Amy, as well as towards me for stopping him, makes me think that he'll deliver on this threat. I raise the rifle again, every urge in my body wanting to make sure he doesn't come back to bite us. But I'm not a violent man. I could easily not kill him and just leave him behind. Well, he's making noise. We could always escape while he's yelling, or we could...
We can use him as a meat shield. But like we said, yes, he's kind of gone off the deep end. He's a little cuckoo right now, but we don't know what kind of access we're gonna need for him to, I don't know, hack into. He's like the coding guy. What if we need that later? Might bite you later if he lives.
What'll it be, chat?
Amy does have higher clearance, but he did say that the only way into the hangar is to, like, open it from the control room. Does Amy know how to do that?
My chat's mostly too.
Alright. You decided to let Marcus live. Just like when I could barely shoot earlier as he was coming at me, I can't bring myself to deliver a kill shot. I ignore him and lean down to Amy. You okay? I ask. She nods slowly. Have to go, she says, her voice raspy. They'll be here any minute. Too much noise. I have to hold her arm so she can get to her feet. We start forward and then I think of Dennis. We should go back to the hangar doors, I say. I can't just leave Dennis there. There's no time, Amy says. You need to come with me up to the command center, now. We'll be back for him soon. You're all dead now anyway, Marcus shrieks. If they don't get you, I will. He laughs maniacally after saying this, hooting like a madman. As if in response, a high-pitched noise tears through the hallway. I seem to feel it in my bones. They're following his noise now, Amy says, her voice still weak. She takes off away from Marcus, presumably toward the other elevator she had mentioned moments ago. I follow her. As we move out, I hear Marcus slowly push himself off the ground and stumble off, slipping in between the tanks and disappearing. We start running, and after the first few strides, another noise sounds out. It sounds mechanical, but at the same time, it also reminds me of recordings I've heard of whale songs. I dare look behind us and see something that has entered the doorway I came through. It is large and bright, but it is too far away to see clearly, and I have no interest in seeing it. Whether pulling that hydraulic door would have helped, I'm not sure, but seeing how close they are, I regret not doing it. I speed up my step to follow Amy as she leads the way to the other elevator. She's panting furiously but pushes on. I can hear something rattling in her breath, likely the result of Marcus's attack. This makes me imagine how his cold, uncaring eyes must have looked, staring down at her as he tried to deliver her to her death. How she's still forging on is beyond me. I'm sorry about Marcus, I say. It's not your fault, she interrupts. When you handed him the gun, you didn't know he would use it on me. I just hope we can find a way to survive this mess. We'll be fine, don't worry, or don't say anything.
Well, we've been pretty positive thus far, and it's gotten us a long way.
I think my chat agrees.
I'm not so sure, she says, her eyes fixated straight ahead. I'm not sure I can blame her. I just wanted to say something encouraging, I guess. We finally come to the elevator at the end of a row of silos. Now I am more concerned with the monstrosity that is on our heels. Amy furiously slaps at the button to open the doors. They slide open slowly. It feels like it's taking forever. We squeeze in before the doors are opened all the way, Amy actually falling to her knees and screaming. I ready the rifle and watch helplessly as the doors finally reach their full opening capacity. As they hold open, I see a large shape floating towards us. A phosphorescent-like white glow outlines an impossible shape. Behind it, I see another shape that's also entered the biochem room, and another. The third one breaks away from the other two, taking a quick ride. It moves with eerie speed. That is the direction Marcus has gone. Honestly, the thought of them hunting him down doesn't bother me in the slightest. Amy is pressing the button to close the elevator doors over and over, but they stay open for what seems like an eternity. I curse whoever designed these damn doors. Hide inside the elevator, I stand in the doorway ready to shoot.
Do we know if we can even shoot these things?
Everyone's just slamming one.
Yeah. Amy and I slide ourselves up against the sides of the elevator, trying to avoid being seen. But I can't help peeking around the corner. I hold the rifle steady, ready to fire. And that's when I see them in a clear light for the first time. I can see their features, their shape, and their colors. But my mind can't quite process it all. Nothing about them makes any sense. My eyes try to see a squid, but that's not what these things are. They're gray and white and seem to be nothing more than squirming light. Their appendages are neither legs nor tentacles, but somewhere in between. They don't walk on these appendages, but use them to glide. They move like ghosts and seem to jerk every few feet or so. But I'm pretty sure that this jerking effect is not a result of their moving, but my mind's inability to understand how they are moving exactly. It's also more than their appearance that makes a mockery of reality. The light around them seems to bend inward, as if the space within the room has to reshape itself for their existence. That peculiar effect on the air makes their movement seem like something moving underwater, only faster. They screech in unison as they rush toward the elevator. They'll be inside here in another few seconds. I check the rifle and see that my ammo is diminishing. I have to start saving my shots. I'm gonna have to be choosy. Shoot at the creatures, or don't shoot and save the ammo.
Oh, my chat saying too.
It looks like we don't want to shoot.
Okay. Then we'll conserve our ammo.
Gotta
You
save
decide.
Marcus later when he betrays us again.
We gotta shoot Marcus later, guys. Good choice. They keep advancing. Even though I know the doors may not close in time, I manage to keep my cool and avoid firing off any more rounds. My finger itches to pull the trigger, but I resist. I'm not even sure if a gun would affect them. Finally, the elevator door closes. Good job, chat. The creatures wash against the other side of the door, making electrical noise and crying out in anger. The tips of their spider-like appendages poke through the wall and elevator door, but for some reason they can't get all the way through. Amy screams at this and curls into a ball in the far corner of the elevator, crying. I say nothing to her. I just cling to the rifle, hoping those creatures don't find Dennis as he waits by the hangar doors where I left him. For his sake and ours, we need to get them open now.
End of chapter 3.
What did you think, Sinder? Did you have a good time?
I'm on the edge of my seat.
This was good. Chat, both of you
Yeah.
chats, I love you guys. I'm fucking eepy. I cannot go on
don't
any
worry.
longer.
That is okay.
So intense.
Well, you know what that means. We're just gonna have to finish this together another time.
Would you really? Would you do this again with me?
What? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Not everyone likes to read all the time. I don't know. You know, usually people like bright lights and flashy games, and I don't know.
Chat, do you want more of this? Do you want more of this?
For an unknown reason, I
gotta-
was super
We gotta
invested.
let Layna know.
I think this is a spectacular cliffhanger. Oh my god.
This is really good.
Yeah, I think for the first half I was like, okay. And I didn't know it'd be as long, but as it progressed, there were moments where I was like, oh. And there was times when you were reading it and I was like entranced. Sometimes the way you read the voices, I'm like, it feels like that person, and you just like, I don't know, you just like pause at the perfect moment. I don't know, I was really into it. I think that's why sometimes I zoned out. Oh my gosh.
I guess that means it's working, you know, you get immersed. And I am not a VA. I do roleplay content a lot.
Yeah, this was good.
My chatters were like, oh, Layna's so good at this.
No.
Like throughout the entire time.
You guys are very nice. Thank you. I really, really, really enjoyed my time here. And Cinder, thank you so much for doing this with me. I really had a good time. I really like reading, so this was great. It also like,
You're so sweet.
it gives a bit of a break for both of us instead of like, because there's been so many times where I wanted to do like a visual novel and I try it and 3 hours passed. I'm like, guys, please don't make me read anymore. I'm so tired. So this like back and forth
Right,
is really
especially
good.
like for a very dialogue heavy game where it's not like voice acted or anything. It tires you out a lot, especially if you're doing it by yourself.
Yeah,
So I feel like
absolutely.
alternating the lines definitely saves us.
I completely
Saves
agree.
our vocal cords.
Yeah, man. Well, absolutely. I'm sure Cinder and I will have a little chit chat behind the scenes so when we'll do this again. But thank you guys so much for being so pleasant, and I'm really glad you guys enjoyed this. You gonna keep streaming?
Yeah, I'll still be live for a little bit.
Okay, phenomenal. I'm gonna go.
So everybody, make sure to stay tuned because you never know when part 2 is gonna be happening.
Yeah, keep your eyes out for part 2, and then don't worry. Whenever we do it again, we'll do a bit of a recap so no one is too lost. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm gonna send you guys over to Cinder. Cinder, I adore you. Mwah. I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I everyone else, take care of yourselves, and I hope you had a good weekend. Mm.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Mm-mm.
Layna, and I really appreciate you hanging out with me today.
Yeah, you too, man. I'll see you guys very soon. Bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
Okay. Did you guys have a good time? Bye. I loved every second of that. This was the longest reading stream I've had in so long. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I was very nervous about it. Yeah, including chat was a wonderful idea. Huge thank you and shout outs to Ghostifer. It was definitely because of him that we have the story that we were reading. So thank you so much for that. It was really nice to have like interaction with both of the chats. That was awesome. I was pulled in for every second. I'm glad. I get, like I said, I get a bit nervous, but I do really enjoy this. Okay, I'm very tired, so I'm gonna send you guys over to Sinder. You guys have a wonderful evening. Tomorrow I will be hanging out with Omi and Project Melody while Omi does some cooking. We have a very full packed week. I do think that after this week I would probably be leaning towards taking more of like 2 to 3 days off a week and maybe doing longer streams. Uncertain about that, but I'm still kind of finding my footing since coming back from my trip. But please keep an eye out. Next week is going to be a lot of fun. There's so many amazing games that we have lined up. And I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Tell Cinder I said thank you and hello. Mwah. And I will see you tomorrow.